Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Karen Reed murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Karen Reed case, check out our video on it linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Did Karen Reed murder her Boston PD boyfriend John O'Keefe, or is she being framed by local police who Reed says are actually responsible for O'Keefe's death? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. All right, you guys, welcome back. Welcome back. We are back in the studio, back in the office. We've got all the pets over here. You can see Holmes right over here. You can see Indy right over here. And we've also got Mabby. She's right here just off camera. It is chaos. It is insanity. There's fur everywhere. But I'm so glad to be back in here. Even though I apologize, we have a late start for this because I completely miscalculated. I was calculating the time zones and I apologize. Not going to happen again. So we are getting started a little late, but the good thing is we've got, the good thing for our purposes is we can go 1.25x speed because we're starting off with a Lally Direct. So of course, as you guys know, on day 25, I was not live streaming because I was traveling, and that travel ended up, it ended up a lot longer than it was supposed to be. All told, it was about 40 hours of travel door to door. Yeah. So between that and the jet lag and the actual technical aspects of the testimony on day 25 and the other stuff that happened, juror getting dismissed, the voir dire that happened of Trooper Joseph Paul at the end of the day, there was just a lot to cover. So, we do need a ruling. I see this here from the Lucian. We also need a ruling from Bev regarding the testimony getting in. That is something that she did not end up ruling at the end of the day. But she said, I mean, it sounded like she's going to need to at some point today, right? Because of the fact that, that we are talking about something that should or should not come in on direct examination. And we're in the middle of direct examination now. So, okay. As far as the recap is concerned, that is being edited. It's a very long one because I really get into the technicalities of the testimony. And long story short, I'll tell you guys my thoughts right now because I know some folks are going to be asking. Long story short, for the first witness of the day, Jessica Hyde, she was hands down the best witness for the prosecution so far. I think cross-examination was completely ineffective against her. And I think that that's just because she just has that strong of testimony. I was very convinced by her testimony. And at this point, after what she explained and how she explained it, I'm actually very convinced that Jen McCabe probably did not make that search at 2:27 a.m. It took a lot of getting there. Now, I will say, and I say this in the recap, that the benefit that I had personally was being able to watch it on replay. Pause, rewind. It's incredibly technical. Not an earthquake. That's a cat. So I had the ability to pause and go back and really try to understand, because she had some long-winded answers to give very full answers that it can be difficult to continue to pay attention to. If you get lost partway through, you can end up completely lost for the testimony. So that, paired with Lally's style of questioning, is incredibly difficult for a lot of people. And I think that if I were watching it as a juror, I don't know if I would have picked up what I picked up. So, because I don't have that technical background, that technical expertise, and it's harder for me to it's just outside my wheelhouse, right? And it's harder for me to focus on that kind of stuff. So anyway, so that's in a nutshell there. I was very convinced by her testimony, but I don't know how much that the jury is going to pick up. Also, what does that mean for the overall case? I still think that this is the defense case to lose. I even with that, because of the fact that prosecution has the burden to prove their case, and all that did was disprove a portion of the defense theory. doesn't disprove it outright entirely, the entire theory, but as to that part of Jen McCabe's lore, it disproves that, in my opinion. At the same time, though, moving on to the second witness of the day, Trooper Joseph Paul, completely different, absolutely different. I'm not convinced by his testimony at all. I think that his testimony was very generic. A lot of it was based off of trust me, bro. Like, oh, I've looked at a bunch of crime scenes. I've investigated a bunch of crime scenes or collisions in the past. And this is, generally the kind of thing that happens, which doesn't fly for me. When I listen to an accident reconstructionist, I want to see math and I want to see physics. And I haven't seen anything from him. There's no explanation about polycarbonate plastic versus metal. That came up in the voir dire, of course, or polycarbonate breaking in the presence of coming in contact with something as soft as a human being. Humans are not necessarily soft, but in comparison to polycarbonate, they are. So nothing about lining up, where did it hit him? Where did it hit him in his center of mass? How can you say that he rotated as a result of being hit by the taillight to go off to the side? So there's just a lot there that I don't trust right now in his testimony. And after the voir dire, I don't think that the stuff that came up on voir dire should come into the trial, because I think that that's super late opinion, didn't come out in his report. What it was, if you guys missed it, the voir dire was about whether or not he can testify to his opinion as to whether or not that taillight was cracked by the impact or potential impact, if you're looking at it from the prosecution side, with John O'Keefe's car at 5 a.m. in his driveway. So there's that. I don't think it should come in, but even if it does come in, I think he's going to get completely destroyed on cross-examination, because again, it's not based on any kind of physics. He really just doesn't go into any level of detail. It seems like he didn't really go in any kind of depth to truly analyze this. I don't know if there's going to be another expert witness that's going to be testifying for the prosecution, like as an accident reconstructionist, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, at this point, it looks bad for the prosecution. If this is their only accident reconstructionist, I think it looks bad. All right, folks. Just Because, thanks so much for being a member for 22 months. Can you believe it? That's insane. Welcome back for another day of chaos in Massachusetts. Absolutely. And also, Just Because gifted 5 more Legalbytes memberships. Thank you so much. So very kind and generous of you. Once again, folks that are gifting these memberships, it is so kind of you guys. Mark Smith, Bronwyn W., Estrella, Mike Olson, Contenta 1979. You have all been gifted memberships by Just Because. So thank you so much. Of course, the memberships, whether it's on YouTube memberships or supporters on Patreon, you guys are really helping to keep this channel stable, right, over time. So folks that are supporting the channel really are investing in it in terms of the overall content on this channel, not just for this trial, but for other trials that are going to be coming up, other topics that are going to be coming up as well in other videos. It really, really helps to devote the time-intensive time and other resources into these streams and in the recaps and all that kind of stuff. So it's super important. So thank you so much, Just Because, for gifting those memberships. Very, very kind of you. Okay. So on to the testimony. Let's get to it. And we are, like I said, we're going to put it on 1.25x speed. Let me know how that works for you guys. And as always, questions in the chat. I'm so sorry. I meant to gather a couple that were at the beginning. If you asked a question earlier in the chat, please ask it again. I 100% missed it. I will be looking out for questions. Tag me in there so that it pops up for me as well. And then I will definitely get it. Okay. All right, guys, let's get to it. Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could just again, please state your name and spell your last name for sure.
Yes, it's Trooper Joe Paul. That's P-A-U-L.
And sir, if I could just take you back to a couple different portions of your testimony from Friday. With respect to the acceleration and braking tests that you conducted in the driveway area or outside of Canton Police Department, Was that before or after Ms. Hartnett from Crime Scene Services Section had processed the vehicle?
After.
And so as far as anything that was removed by her, that was done prior to you conducting any of your tests, is that correct?
Correct.
I had a question about this, and I think I'm pretty sure I mentioned this in the recap, very long recap. But the acceleration braking test, when he showed the videos from on Friday of him backing up in the parking lot, I remember looking at that and I was like, this looks completely different than when she was at One Meadows Ave at 5 a.m. You know, when we can, that's like the clearest that we can see her brake light. And here with the acceleration braking test, it's like the light isn't working at all. It's not even just the plastic piece is missing. It's like the light is just not working at all. So I made that point in the recap, but I guess this is the explanation.
Now, you've investigated approximately 191 crashes over your time in the cars unit with the state police, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you just some general questions with regard to a number of those crashes have involved motor vehicles, collisions with other motor vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Now, in general terms, with respect to motor vehicle collision, what, if any, you talked a little bit last week about sort of area of impact and point of impact, correct?
Correct.
Now, that's with regard to the roadway, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So with regard to the vehicles coming in contact with each other, what, if anything, regarding damage would you expect or anticipate based on your experience in general terms when vehicles come in contact or touch with each other in a collision sequence? Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it. In general terms, what do you look for?
So we look, well, it's 2 times of damage onto a vehicle. One's contact damage and one's an induced damage. So when we look at vehicles, we are looking for what's caused contact damage. And the induced damage is basically, let me start from the beginning. So contact damage is the damage that is actually made direct contact with another vehicle. And induced damage is the damage that did not make direct contact. So for example, if you push in one piece of metal that made contact, the rest of the metal will make a rippling effect that would more cause induced damage.
And just again, in general terms, as far as vehicles coming in contact with each other in a collision sequence, what, if anything, would you expect or anticipate based on your experience to sort of transfer from one vehicle to the other event?
It's possible when you transfer, you can have paint transfers that come from one vehicle to another. You got tire rub off that go from one vehicle to another. Scratches that would come from one vehicle to another.
And again, so just in general terms, when it comes to vehicles interacting with each other in a collision sequence, what, if any, role does the respective heights of those vehicles play in respect to contact damage or inducement?
Yeah, it depends on their heights and how they relate to each other. So that kind of shows if one vehicle is taller, one smaller, it's going to show where the contact damage would be from one vehicle to another based on their height.
So based on respective heights, contact or induced damage would be in a different location from a bigger vehicle to a smaller vehicle, correct?
Correct.
This questioning sucks. I'm sorry. This questioning sucks. What we really care about, what we need to know is where did these come in contact? Where was the tail light on Karen Reed's SUV? How tall is it in comparison to that same height on John O'Keefe's car? And so where would they have come in contact? Like this whole, like what they just asked, it's like not psychobabble, but it's like, word salad. It doesn't make any sense. And it's not really very helpful to go through. So, this is what's so frustrating. And this is why actually on Friday, there was a lot that they went through in terms of time in his testimony, but a lot of it was just sort of fluff that really wasn't actually necessary. And this is an example of that.
Now, if I could turn you back to the text string analysis that you conducted with respect to the defendant's vehicle. Now, the 2 events that occurred on that 1269 miles deep, there were 2 events that occurred within that trigger, within that mileage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on your analysis with respect to the odometer readings and the mileage, where is it what is your belief as to where the vehicle was when those 2 events, being 3-point turn and the backup straight for approximately 60 some odd feet, where did those occur within the travel path of the defendant's vehicle? So
the first one with the 3-point turn, in this case, it appeared to be possibly on to as a Cedar Crest, which, because we know based on testimonies that she missed the exit of Fairview and had to make a U-turn onto Cedar Crest, and that would make sense to why they would occur with close proximity to each other. They're within the same odometer mileage and on the same key cycle.
And so that reverse 24.2 miles per hour for 60 some odd feet, where would that have occurred geographically from your view of the odometer reading?
It should occur on Fairview.
Now, sir, based on the totality of your analysis and your investigation in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to how this collision sequence occurred or how this crash occurred?
Yes. Should I show my report for that, or do you want me to just kind of go off
Are you
the?
guys gonna look at your report? Is that what-
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, here's a question from Phantom Split. Work schedule changed, but I'm live again. Wonderful. Legalbytes, considering Lally is not discussing driveway video, did the judge determine not to let him testify due to discovery violation? I have a feeling that that's probably what happened. However, one other thing about Lally is he's not particularly organized in the way that he goes through his direct examination. He'll kind of circle around and then come back to something and talk about something that's kind of sort of related before. And so I can't say until the end of his direct examination if in fact it wasn't allowed for him to talk about it. So there's that. Also, someone is going to ask, and I totally forgot to talk about it. You know, we've already heard a few what if any. So what if any is the Lally tally going into day 26? So the total after day 25 was, oh, wait a second. No, after day 24, sorry, was 1,668. Day 25 was 139. I think that's the most that he's ever had in a single day. So the grand total is now 1,807. 1,807 what if any's at this point. I think that we are closing in on 2,000. We could very well get there this week. Fairly easily, I think.
Can we continue?
If you could, please.
Okay.
What, if any, conclusions did you come to through towards your investigation?
So on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45.
So you can look at your report, but you can't read your report.
I'm
So
reading my conclusions based on what they asked me to do. Okay.
yeah. So I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. So just take your time, read your report, and then answer Mr. Lally.
He completely lacks confidence right now. He looks nervous as all get out. I really think that he's going to be torn to shreds on cross-examination for a number of reasons. Earlier, I mentioned how there's a lot of like, trust me, bro, that underlies his conclusions. And we saw a little bit of what the cross-examination is going to look like during his voir dire when Alan Jackson got up, and it's not good. It's going to be very painful for him, and it's probably going to be a bit professionally embarrassing, I think. So he also just doesn't seem to have much confidence in this. I really think that this is going to fall like a house of cards.
Question. And if you need to look at your report, we'll see about that again.
All right.
Ask the question, Mr. Lally.
Based on the totality of your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to how this collision occurred?
So this collision occurred on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours. A 2021 Lexus LX570 was traveling southbound on Fairview Road, in Area 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah.
It appears that.
So,
Sorry, I'm trying to
so
oppose it.
you know what? I don't, Mr. Lally, break this down. Ask
Yes, please.
simple questions so that the witness can answer your questions. We don't need a narrative.
Lally, throw your witness a bone. Do your job and direct the witness. Don't just ask like a grand question and hope that they go on this like 10-minute long narrative.
From your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to where this collision occurred?
All right. So on the night of Saturday, January 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours, a 2021 Lexus LX570.
Can you slow down, sir?
Yes.
So forget all that part,
Okay.
Trooper. Just
right.
answer the question.
Okay.
Where did it occur?
It occurred in Area 34 Fairview Road.
And who, if anyone, were the participants in this collision sequence?
The operator appeared to be Karen Reed, and the pedestrian was John O'Keefe.
And where was the vehicle located in reference to the residents of 34 Fairview Road?
It was located along the southbound travel lane and to the left side of the house as you look at it from the front.
And as far as the vehicle, what if
Wait.
any directionality did it head in, and what if any interaction did it have with Mr. O'Keefe?
So the vehicle was traveling in reverse along the southbound travel lane, traveling north.
And how fast was the vehicle
So,
traveling?
so he's saying that Karen Reed was in reverse traveling north. That doesn't fit with 12629A. It doesn't fit because he referred to it as a U-turn. I don't think that was a U-turn. There's nothing about that says U-turn, because U-turns, you don't go forward, reverse, forward, and left, right, left. That's a K-turn. So if she was, this is something else that I talk about in the recap. If other witnesses testified to seeing her pulled over at 34 Fairview Road with the passenger side towards the house, meaning the nose of the car was facing southward, and then 12629A shows that she made a K-turn, that means she ended up driving forward northward. So let me go back again just to make sure that I heard what he actually said, because if we're to follow that, 12629B has her going forward northward and then reverse southward. So what did he just say?
The vehicle, what if any directionality did it head in, and what if any interaction did it have with Mr. O'Keefe?
So the vehicle was traveling in reverse along the southbound travel lane, traveling north.
That doesn't make sense.
And
That doesn't make sense from the data. It does not make sense. However, that's the only way that he can reach the conclusion about the linearness of the mapping of the objects that they found, assuming that they actually found it in those locations. Because, I mean, that relies pretty heavily on the evidence gathering, and we know how that went.
Solo cup, I fill you up.
So, yeah. Also, Alec Collins, thank you so much for the super chat. The court can't hear a man with a mic. I know. Yeah. But yeah, this conclusion doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't fit with the data. It doesn't fit with, none of the data fits with each other here. I cannot accept his conclusion whatsoever. Cross-examination is going to be brutal.
how fast was the vehicle traveling and over what distance?
The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately 62 feet.
And at the time that the vehicle was traveling approximately 24 miles per hour over approximately 62 feet, what, if anything, occurred then?
The right rear of the Lexus struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe.
And post-collision, what, if anything, occurred with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was projected forward and to the left along the front yard of 34 Fairview Road.
In post-collision with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did the defendant's vehicle do?
The Lexus continued traveling in reverse before they left the area.
Now, as far as the vehicle itself, from your inspection, what, if any, role did any mechanical aspects of the vehicle play in this collision?
There were no mechanical defects.
As far as your analysis of the roadway and other factors related to that, what, if any, role did they play in this collision sequence?
There were no roadway or environmental factors that contributed to this collision.
How do you know?
Now, sir, with respect to your investigation, what, if
But how do you know? There's nothing in your analysis that says you actually went to the roadway and like we're very specific about the roadway conditions. Like you said that there was asphalt and there's a curb. Okay. But like you didn't say anything about what was there on January 29th. What in terms of ice, in terms of snow, like how can you say that? How can you make that conclusion based off of presumably thin air, it seems like?
any opinions did you draw based on your training experience in regard to this collision and how it occurred?
May I look at my report real quick? Just make sure.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So throughout my investigation, this appeared to be a single car collision involving a pedestrian. The vehicle was traveling at higher acceleration when.
He has no confidence
Sorry.
in this because it's bullshit. I'm sorry.
The vehicle accelerated at a high rate of speed before she struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe on the roadway and subsequently left him at the scene.
And with respect to the backup safety system that you observed in this vehicle and made use of in the course of your visibility analysis, what, if any, role is it your opinion that played in how this crash occurred?
Based on the visibility analysis. So even if the camera systems were covered in snow, even the systems were defective anyway, and even if the mirrors were blocked, an attentive and a reasonable operator would not travel in reverse, especially at a high rate of speed. They would have cleaned the mirrors off. They would have made the cameras and systems, if they worked, if they didn't work, they would have done all this prior to accelerating in reverse.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
Now, with respect to your observations during the course of the visibility analysis, the exemplar pedestrian that you placed in the right rear of the vehicle, was that exemplar pedestrian visible to you at the time that you conducted that visibility analysis?
Yes, it was.
You mean the visibility analysis that you didn't bother to recreate the conditions that she was in because you made the assumption that this was a homicide and not an accident? That visibility test, that also was a problem, in my opinion.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Oh,
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So do you have any,
buckle up, guys.
do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
What's the highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
You mentioned kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
Multiple classes.
They introduced the idea of what kinematics is, right?
Yeah, this is already pretty brutal. This is already pretty brutal because this guy was not set up for. You trying to get rid of that? Hey, puppy. Sorry. Yeah, this guy was this poor guy was set up and tossed into the lion's den for this. Like, this is going to be very painful to watch. I can already tell. Ugh.
Correct.
You testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics, George.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics?
Kinematics is a subfield of what broader discipline of science?
I'm not sure.
Big physics, correct?
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects, systems of objects, how they move, and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with the motions.
What's that called? The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
The rate of velocity?
Correct.
I mean, it deals with motion. It deals with forward and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
What role does acceleration play in kinematics?
Correct.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and talks about motion.
Is kinematics
Yeah, we can go back to normal speed, guys.
also known as the geometry of motion? Is that correct?
I have not heard that.
Never heard that. What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained and unconstrained motion.
That's what I asked.
Constrained motion. I can't recollect at the moment.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined path, isn't it?
Yes.
Unconstrained motion is what?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path.
Free movement, correct?
Correct.
You couldn't remember that?
This is going to be, oh God, this is going to be so bad. He's just going to go through so many definitions that are related to kinematics, to physics, to, he's about to give him a physics test right now. And his answers, he's also already so nervous. So that's going to impact how he answers. But this is already looking very, very shaky. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Robodoc77, thanks so much for the super chat. When the lawyer knows more about the subject than the expert. Well, that's the thing is that lawyers are supposed to, you know, if you're going to cross-examine a witness, especially an expert witness, you've got to know what you're talking about because you've got to be able to dance with them in front of the jury, you know, just to kind of give you a bit of a metaphors. You've got to be able to hang with them. So if you've got to know this stuff forwards and backwards so that you can do a proper cross-examination. And that was one of the reasons why, Yanetti's cross-examination of the other witness from day 25 was, it was properly short, because there's not much that he could do to cross-examine her, in my opinion. He did what he could to sort of try to add in some doubt, but it wasn't effective, in my opinion. But here, Jackson's about to, I don't know. He's gonna have, this is his playground. He's gonna have so much fun with diabolical fun with this.
From your class?
For the most part, we don't go that in depth, constrained and unconstrained.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
That's what I said. Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
Kinematics uses algebraic formula to model these motions, right? The motions of these points, systems of points, correct?
Yes.
And it includes concepts like displacement and speed, velocity, distance, acceleration, which we've talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right? Do
Yes.
you actually understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Yes.
The word you learned in class.
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
On Friday, you said that this incident is a pedestrian strike from a vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear. That is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
More like lack of training and experience. Am I right?
And on Friday, you said you based that opinion on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said it was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian strike or striking something else. I do go in my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry, I could barely.
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report, I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
You cannot say
Definitively, yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to slow down and speak up, okay?
All right.
You just said, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, and I apologize.
Okay.
You said you cannot say definitively that that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the text stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That specific point, that time frame.
Because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by a half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent, it's because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
No, but okay, and I also go through this in the recap also. If you look at it, you've got the acceleration rate, the percentage that she's pressing down on the gas and in one column. And then always, whenever she presses down a little bit more, the MPH, which is like just above that, in the next column goes up. So it responds directly to her acceleration. If she lets off the gas a little bit, it goes down. This is consistent throughout 12629A and 12629B. And so the extent to which she is pressing on the gas or not pressing on the gas has the same impact on the MPH in the next column, including in this moment that he's talking about, which is like the reason why he says this is consistent with a pedestrian strike. So, and also like the speed change is not that much. It's just that it like I said, it's consistent with the overall pattern. So if the pattern hasn't changed, you can't make a different conclusion from the pattern that's the same as before, because otherwise you'd have to say that in the 12629A chart, which they showed just before that one, the K-turn chart, that one would also have shown a collision if A is leading to B. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes.
There would be snow on the lawn, right?
Correct.
There would be snow on the cars,
Yes.
snow on the trees,
Yes.
snow on the roadway.
Yes.
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
In a way.
And obviously, there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitely say it.
Right. So every time somebody slows down, going in reverse or forward, and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body from where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was, almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field.
Yeah.
And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area of impact, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
All right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier. It's that linear. We're going that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which it's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 587. It's your diagram 3. If I may approach Your Honor, just for
Okay.
may I approach?
Yes.
So you can see it. Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 587? diagram
Yes.
3? Okay. Sir, you see diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you, correct?
Yes.
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further away. Just let me know.
Okay.
The red arrows adjacent to the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field that you explained to the jurors on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrian's final rest, basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area of impact that you indicated to Mr. Lally you believe occurred because of the debris field and the linear portion of that debris field going from the pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
Donna, can we have exhibit 492 published for the juror, please?
Okay.
Approach.
Yes.
While that's coming up,
Yeah.
have you ever seen this?
Yeah. How do you explain that?
No, I haven't.
Oh no.
Just
What do you mean you haven't seen that? Isn't that necessary for you to figure out where the path of impact was, or the linear path, so that you can figure out the area of impact? Isn't that important to know where pieces like this landed? How have you never seen this before? Also, that is way further than where John O'Keefe was found. Physics. This doesn't make sense.
arrow? Your Honor, with the court's permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow.
Ruh-roh.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
What does that
Right
look like?
underneath fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
What does that look like to you?
Yeah.
A piece of plastic.
It's debris, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can we go back with the court's permission to exhibit 87?
Okay.
Diagram 3. You see the fire hydrant?
Yes.
Fire hydrant's
Yeah.
right there,
What?
correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably a good 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
So that is the furthermost in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact.
No,
Why not?
because it's just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of debris field. Debris can move and change.
The debris
What?
doesn't fly backward, does it?
I'm saying you pointed to like just the fire hydrant as the area impact where the debris, where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you,
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
in fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there. Red plastic
Yeah.
bead, correct?
I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, and where that is. I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact.
You can't.
I cannot say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
Right.
I never said that was the area impact. I
Yes,
said it's
you
after
did.
that.
Yes,
Reverse.
you did. You 100% said that on the 25th. I know. I took it down. I took it down in my notes. He was like, yeah. So it had to be right here next to the roadway. Like right next to the roadway is where she hit him, or like in the roadway is where she hit him. Basically like where the curb is right here next to these taillight pieces. So, oh my God. Yeah, it should have been, according to his analysis, if he had looked at all of the taillight pieces, apparently, it should have been like, I don't know, down here maybe, I guess, because then there's at least a linear path. But that's one piece. What about other pieces of taillight? How far did they find them?
We were all here on Friday.
Okay.
It's exactly what you said
Yes.
under questioning by Mr. Lally. wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say on Friday that you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe, the point of impact was red plastic B because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of from the final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's body. Isn't that what you said?
I don't believe that's my exact words.
Okay, I'm not asking if it was your exact words. I don't have a transcript of it. I'm asking you, is that what you tried to impart to the jurors?
What I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of that's the last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point. I mean, like before it, if you have to walk towards him.
I'm sorry, I keep doing that because I think you're done. Are you done?
I am done now, sir.
Now you're aware that there's a piece of debris, looks like taillight material, right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area impact, which you indicated on Friday was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway and it's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
Oh man, why do I feel like this is just warming up?
Taking a look at exhibit 279, I want to draw your attention to that piece right there, of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Just physically, what does that look like?
Looks like clear plastic with a little bit of red and the black on the top part.
Okay, maybe in a triangular shape. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go back to,
Looks like a shark's tooth.
with the court's permission, exhibit 492,
Okay.
and highlight just above the ruler.
It's that piece.
How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, I'll stop jumping around just a second. I think we
Okay.
just get back to 587. Oh, sorry, the diagram for things.
So that would have been one of the first pieces that comes off then.
Now, seeing what you just now seen in terms of that piece of plastic that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now, the fire hydrant now, the point of impact?
No.
Where is the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact.
So you don't know the area of impact?
I said the area impact is along the roadway after the debris.
Okay.
I mean, only thing it would change, only thing it would change is maybe it's a little further away. But besides that, it's a linear field. I'm not talking about like one point. You kind of follow the middle of the debris field, and that should be the path.
Well,
Let me guess. Jackson is going to be able to pinpoint where that specific piece fits on the overall taillight, and it's not going to be in one of those pieces. It's going to be like too far off. It's going to be one of those that's captured on camera in the 5 a.m. ring footage. That's a prediction that I have. It's based entirely on gut because I don't know where that piece fits on the taillight, but I have a feeling that he's putting some material like foundation right here for some big reveal. That's how it feels right now.
the point of impact is along the roadway. Where along the roadway, if you can show the jurors, where along the roadway, in your expert opinion, was the point of impact?
It should be within, if you follow from pedestrians, final rest here, just kind of follow back. That's what I'm talking about, linear field.
It would
I
have been
can't-
right here.
So now you've indicated an area, I can follow your laser pointer, an area along here,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Yes, somewhere in there.
That would have to
All
be
right,
it.
if I have my spotlight, is that, if I leave it right there, is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe the area of impact is?
It's within, I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know, definitely there's nothing on the roadway that has a definitive point that says this is the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Okay. Mr. Paul, sorry, Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions, based on your full analysis, can you point me to within an area of 5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is? Is my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe, in your opinion, was the area of impact?
You have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
So what I'm trying to say is, so we follow the linear path back around this area.
Okay, can you?
And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can. Follow back to here. I can't say like if this definitely is, but it's possibly based on also vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So if you follow all the way back to here, that could be a possible area impact.
So when you say that area there, I want to be very clear for the record that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X that's on the roadway, on the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3,
It's,
correct?
you would use your circle almost to kind of be a good area around.
I'm sorry, you need to.
You can use a circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your scale, that scale is going from full left to full right. It's plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch, can't see it. So say again, say the question.
That scale is 40 feet, going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet, my mistake.
That was, okay.
Eyes are terrible. 20 feet, thank you. All right, so if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted, the pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? It doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So, I mean, it could be within 30 feet because I tell you this, also on my scale, this 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
It's how much?
50,
Okay.
50.
50.
So would you agree that from this X down here to pedestrian's final rest, as the crow flies, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale, but it's me as a scale.
If you wouldn't mind. You need a piece of paper?
Yes, please.
Court's permission?
Okay.
And wings, this comes off as another attempt of trickery by CW. Honestly, thanks so much for the super chat, by the way. I interpret
Thank
this
you.
as more likely to be just incompetence.
I got one. Thank you.
He just hasn't done what's necessary to actually render a good opinion. "40 feet is a long way to go. 40 feet. So he's also nailing him down to the distance between John O'Keefe's final resting spot and the area of impact, because my guess is that the defense expert is then going to use that to calculate, using actual math, to calculate the likelihood of somebody going 24.2 miles per hour, hitting someone on their taillight, and the likelihood that he would have flown 40 feet across or even been dragged 40 feet down to another spot. So, and so my guess is that the expert on the defense side is going to calculate that and be like, that's not possible. That's mathematically not possible.
It's a little around, it's approximately 30 feet.
We're up approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Can you place, with the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of a diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
You indicated just now, and then I'm finished with this. Thank you. Thanks. You indicated just now in answer to Mr. Lally,'s last couple of questions that in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck the pedestrian, John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
Which he was rendered incapacitated, landed there, and had to sort of fly there, correct? Didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time? Or,
Well, you tell me, you're the expert.
I mean, when we say projected, we mean he gets projected and they usually have a landing phase and they land and then they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay, how far do you think he landed? How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Yes, exactly. Because you're not basing this on any concrete information. You're taking this directly out of your ass. That is what is apparent here. And so again, this is gonna, Jackson's just gonna keep dancing through this whole cross-examination.
Was there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Or no, rolled.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up in his final rest, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Based on your expert opinion, you believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
That's not what I was saying.
But you said there's no evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
Exactly.
got him.
Objection.
Sustained.
Doesn't matter. But what he's saying is there's no evidence of either one. There's no evidence of either one. I'm just trying to get your answer of what you think happened. I don't think there's evidence of either one. So boom, get him to say that. And like, that's it. Wingy158, thanks so much for the super chat. I feel like he used ChatGPT for this. It seems like he did, but at the same time, I do not think he did. Why bring a non-expert into this trial? I completely agree. I completely agree. Rubber Duck 77, he's making the data fit the narrative and not letting the data create the narrative. And this is the real theme of the prosecution's case so far. That's what it seems to be. So thanks so much for the super chat here. Mike Olson, Legalbytes, why won't she let Jackson estimate measurements in the courtroom? It was the same with 30 seconds to have a conversation. Is it that she thinks it takes too much time? If so, well, so Jackson estimating measurements that's not testimony, right? The attorneys here are not supposed to be testifying on cross-examination. Ideally, you're essentially using the witness. I say this all the time. You're ideally using the witness as like a hand puppet, so that you're talking through them, right? You're using them to talk for you. The testimony is coming from them, but you are the one that is the puppet master. You're pulling all those strings. So, but here, if it's not actually coming from the witness and you're just supplying it to them, supplying an estimate, you have to put in a way that's like, would this be a reasonable estimate? Would you agree that this is about where this is? You can kind of give some like right and left limits of like where that estimate might actually be. But you can't just supply it outright yourself.
You said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was found right next to him over the course of 30 feet being projected?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
Oh,
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body.
Oh no!
With him to the final rest.
No,
I mean,
that is not a good answer. No expert should be able to say, well, I wasn't there, so I don't know. That's why you're here. That's why you're here as an expert, is so that you can help everyone else in the room who also were not there to understand how these things are possible. You cannot answer, well, I don't know because I wasn't there. You need to provide something based on your expertise to explain this strange occurrence. How is it that he was holding on to that glass all the way across, 30 feet, 40 feet, however far it was? No one seems to know, apparently, including this witness, even though he's the expert in this. But, does he just have like an iron grip on that glass? Like he really desperately wanted that drink in his hand? I don't think so. To me, it seems like that's going to be one of the first things that would leave his hand, because, You know, like your instinctive reactions when you get hit by something is to try to figure out how to brace yourself. And so that means letting go of whatever's in your hand and trying to, you know, like put your arms out. You know what I mean? Like that seems like the first thing that would leave his hand. And so that seems that would have been found earlier rather than later in that path of impact.
It's common sense. You have to believe that it was in his hand. He held on to it the entire time it was being projected.
It's possibly, it could have been in his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing. Could, you know,
Did you say tucked into?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, maybe the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body
Well,
while he was holding
No
it.
way.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things
Yes.
in their head.
Yes, body think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's just it's not uncommon to find piece of clothing and stuff, you know, that you find at the scene.
Piece of clothing.
Like clothing, like shoes. I mean, it's like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know. I'm just saying. You asked me. You said what I just. I'm just responding to what you said and trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
Sandy, thanks so much for the very generous super chat. There are mathematical equations a good reconstructionist can use to determine the debris pattern. This quote unquote expert clearly didn't put in the work, period. Exactly. And that was the issue. You know, I said this at the very beginning of the stream. I talk about it in the recap much more in depth. But one of the problems is his conclusions were based on reasoning that was way too loosey goosey. And that just, he hasn't done the work. It's like one of my favorite movies is Julie and Julia, where I don't, this is completely not at all related, but I have this quote popping up in my head where they're arguing about the third woman who's making a cookbook with Julia Child and the other, you know, the two women with Julia Child, and one of the two women is just not putting in any work, and they're just like, she hasn't done the work. She hasn't done the work. I apologize to everybody who is French. That is a terrible, terrible French accent. But that is was popping up in my brain. He hasn't done the work, so it's just not reliable. This is simply not reliable. The jury cannot rely on his conclusions.
No, I don't. But I'll ask another question. Shoes are strapped on by definition, right?
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
Cell phone, yeah. Yeah, it depends. Depends on where it is.
It was under his body.
Okay.
How do you account for that? He held onto his cell phone with one hand and held onto the cup with the other.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
If his cell phone was found under his torso, under his body,
Ooh.
what's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with it?
It just did.
Oh,
Just did.
no.
And somehow, as he landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body, so he landed on top of
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
it. Well, you didn't.
Objection.
All right. So jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments. So disregard it. Mr. Jackson.
I didn't put the evidence there. That just sounds like, oh my God, that sounds like such a Freudian slip right there. I didn't put the evidence there. As in someone did. Wait, let's go back, because I want to see the emphasis on I didn't, which seems to imply someone else did.
Well, you didn't.
it's at the scene. I can't.
Okay.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
Okay.
Well, you
Never mind.
Objection.
All right. So jurors,
Didn't
I've
put the
told you
evidence
before,
there is what he
lawyers
said.
cannot make comments. So disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it
I
again.
understand. So in
You
one hand-
understand, but don't do it. Your answer is always, I understand. Don't do it.
Yes, Sean.
She's getting
Cell phone in one
really
hand, cup in the other
annoyed.
hand, flew through the air. Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were informed of this incident on January 29th, 2022 at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
yes,
At the time, you were working out of the CARS facility, which is located on West Grove Street in Middleborough. Is that right?
yes,
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
The mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes.
is, if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
No, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays? Sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you do your analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle, inspections, things of that nature?
We don't have Sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is the crime scene would have some Sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there to do my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced in area inside it's a fenced in area
Is it outside or inside?
outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while, then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it immediately after it left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location at MSP?
Yes.
Does that have Sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But it's,
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry,
speak
yes.
slowly.
but you know that it could be used.
Sorry.
You know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
All right. Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you'd want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
All right. You're aware that the Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dighton than Canton, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dighton than Canton. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton.
so from where?
From Dighton, sorry.
So from Dighton.
Where the vehicle was seized in
Yeah.
Dighton, all going toward Canton, you pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton, correct?
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you've passed by Foxborough.
All right. The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton to that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that? Is that double the distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's far to Canton,
From Dighton, yes.
right? And you're also aware that because you've been to the scene, assuming, correct? The 34 Fairview,
Yes. Yes, I have.
and you've been to Canton PD.
Yes, I have.
You know that those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this a little bit different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you told, who were you given your instructions by
Instructions for what?
to reconstruct this incident?
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested.
your
My
assignment.
assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
Who's your sergeant?
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that. Yes.
All right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. The car was going in reverse. It's got a damaged taillight, things like that.
Some basic stuff. Yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where did it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like which part of the information? You asked me several different things just now.
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do? At the very beginning,
Yep.
who gave you the summary?
Summary of the whole entire of what?
Of the event that you were asked to reconstruct?
I was passed down when I got to the garage. That there was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary like that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved. That this was the vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay. What I'm asking is, that's great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that was like I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if it's anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there.
Come on.
I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
He has no
My
idea.
question is this. When you got that, did you call it a lowdown? He gave you the lowdown?
he gave me information. Yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told Boston police officer was involved, the vehicle pedestrian incident, car was going in reverse, and ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
This is how I operate, right? I feel like that's going to be the conclusion that we get from this. Like, because we know that we've heard confirmation bias.
I can't definitely say what it means.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
If you say so.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
His emphasis of scientifically, I'm sorry, his emphasis on scientifically just tells me this is going to be a painful answer right here. Let's prepare ourselves, guys. This is going to be painful.
I didn't have anything else on the time. It said that those scratches happened prior to this collision.
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision.
You just
And
assumed
so
it
when
was
I
this
looked
one?
at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
You asked the question, so next,
I
keep
did.
going.
It's not responsive.
He's answering. Next
trying to-
question. Then
Yes,
go
I
ahead.
scientifically
Hold on.
thought the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask
Sorry.
a question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and
So I often say math is magic and science is sorcery, because to me it is, right? But when I'm required to buckle down and really get into it, I will get into it. Unfortunately, when it comes to an expert, we need our expert accident reconstructionist to not also have the same belief that I do, that math is magic and science is sorcery, and that when you are giving an explanation as to what sort of scientific reasons you use to come to a particular conclusion about something like the scratches that are on a bumper, that you essentially point to sorcery as your reasoning. This is not a good thing for the prosecution.
tear on a vehicle is, right?
Yes,
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways, correct?
correct.
Get scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes,
Shopping cart can bounce off the back of the car and scratch the bumper, scratch the side of the car, a quarter panel or something, right?
sure.
I mean, I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get a scratch, correct?
Correct.
My question is, do you, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.?
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Do you have any evidence whatsoever that
I'm sorry. The kind of stuff that you should be using to base your conclusions off of. Your conclusions need to rest on a foundation of science and math here. So what do you mean? What do you mean with science? What he means by science? Come on. Oh my gosh.
you can point to that those scratches occurred on that date and at that time, rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle?
Like I said earlier, the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
Well, you said on Friday.
Could have been.
Let's
That's
talk
not the
about
same
those
thing as
scratches for a
is.
second, because
Yeah.
when you testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, see if I can find it exactly. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You said, quote, "The dent and scratches for his hand could be, those are consistent with striking the Lexus." Remember saying that?
Yes, on the tailgate.
Okay, so the dent and scratches you talked about on Friday, you said were from his hand.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay. Then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of the bumper?
No.
So,
What are you talking about, the scratch on the side of the bumper that we've been talking about?
correct.
Okay,
That's what I'm
no.
asking about. Okay. Is there any way to scientifically date a scratch?
No.
No.
If you go out in the parking lot right now, even as an accident reconstructionist, you walk out in the parking lot right now and look at a Toyota Camry sitting there. It's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis that you could engage in to date that scratch, could you?
Objection.
So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is there any way that you could, in general, look at a scratch and say, that scratch is from such and such date?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Nothing more.
I'll allow it.
You cannot say, you can look at evidence and shows that it may have been older than what the newer evidence would be, but there's no way to say that specific date and time and that a scratch would come from.
Right.
I now have the song playing in the back of my head of "She blinded we the science," because he's getting blinded with science right now. That's how it feels.
And it's possible that any or all of those scratches on the Lexus could have predated January 29th, correct?
No,
That's not possible.
the ones that are on from the taillight and the other parts of it.
Scratches anywhere on the car.
Depends on what you got to pick the other scratches. You got to show me other scratches on the car.
I'm saying it's possible, since you can't date the scratch, it's possible that any or all of those scratches could predate January 29th.
Yeah.
Simple question, right? It's possible.
Yeah.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
What?
I'm not being brought. Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it again.
No. So what Jackson is getting at here, and it makes perfect sense, is that you don't have any evidence that this scratch was created on this date. So you can't say when it came. What Trooper Paul was trying to say was, well, I don't have evidence of this car having been scratched on a previous date, meaning like as if someone would have been expected to have provided the evidence, the entire physical like lifespan of this car, and is required to provide a date at which that would have been scratched. And then he can be like, well, it probably came from this incident. The reasoning is just pure lunacy.
Possible that any or all of the scratches noted on that car predate January 29th.
Any and all of the scratches? See, that's what I'm saying. You're being pretty broad. Any and all scratches on the car
Answer that question. If
that it
it's possible.
predate.
Objection.
I don't know every single scratch on that car. I could mean
Overruled. So
That's the point.
can you answer that question?
no.
That's the point.
You testified that you noted glass on the rear bumper of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And you said something about that glass coming from the cup.
Ooh.
Correct.
Uh-oh. Danger. Danger. Because the other forensics showed that the glass on the cup did not match the glass on the bumper. So his conclusion that it's the same thing doesn't fit.
You also said that you did not see anything on that SUV that could be the source of those glass pieces on the bumper, right?
Yes.
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed that none of the glass pieces, not one of them, could be matched to the cup?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about I don't know that.
So if you knew that the glass pieces on the bumper do not match the cup, does that change your opinion
Objection.
about that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it.
Oh,
By whom?
by the crime scene.
the crime scene?
Who told you?
As crime scene that was there, it says this glass.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, I feel he's one step away from saying the Holy Spirit told me. Like, come on. Like, what are you, I can't even get the words out. What are you possibly relying on to get this? Like, where's this information coming from? It's coming straight out of his butt, it sounds like. Just because. Thanks so much for the super chat. I'm sorry, I have to say it. Trooper Paul reminds me of Nonsense's sister Mary Paul, aka Sister Mary Amnesia. Oh man, I mean, it's yeah. Somebody is holy butt dial Batman. I know it's like somebody butt dialed him and gave him the information. That's what happened. That's why he can't say who it was, because somebody just butt dialed him and accidentally gave him this information, even though it's not accurate. It's like he didn't bother to talk to any of the other people that were analyzing the forensics in this case so that he could update his opinion and provide something that actually makes sense.
In the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. No, yeah, I can see by crime scene. While I was at my inspection,
Wait, what?
it was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
No, no, he did
Crime
not
scene
just
say
say
anything
that.
else?
I don't know what else you want me to say.
What? No, 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 no. Is the crime scene in the room with you right now? Like we need an evaluation here. Like, sir, tell me where the crime scene touched you. Like point to this diagram where the crime scene touched you. Like this, I can't handle this. This is getting worse. This is getting even more just nut baggy. Gunnar Dennis, thanks so much for the super chat. Even Indy is bored by this. Yeah, I know. She's completely checked out here. Rubber Duck 77, can a crime scene be deered? No, obviously not. Oh, no. Okay. Oh my God.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that those pieces of glass on the bumper are somehow associated with the cup?
No,
Just the crime scene told you.
correct.
But if you knew that the crime scene was incorrect,
The crime scene
and in
lied
fact
to you.
those glass pieces don't match the cup, would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would it change your opinion in any way if you knew that the glass pieces do not match the cup?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Can you answer that question?
No,
I'm sorry. No, you
I don't. It's glass from a cup. It's glass. It's not. It doesn't belong to the vehicle.
Right.
It's glass.
But if
Maybe it's glass from some other incident. Maybe somebody littered. Maybe somebody threw some other kind of a bottle out the window because they're terrible people and decide that they don't care about littering. Like there are so many other explanations as to where this glass could have come from. Your job is to give the jury an explanation as to how this particular glass fits into this case. Otherwise, they can disregard it because it is the burden of proof in this case that is sitting on the prosecution side to prove this case. Don't you understand, sir? This is your role. This is your job here, is to provide these answers that the prosecution can use to convince the jury. You don't provide those answers. You say, well, I don't really know. Well, it could have been anything, or well, it's glass, so it's glass, so therefore it fits. No, that's not sufficient. That is not sufficient. The jury cannot rely on that.
I told you it didn't match that cup,
What
your opinion.
Objection.
Does that change your opinion?
are we talking? Which cup are we? We never established
mean,
which cup we're
which cup?
talking about.
How many cups?
Are you now saying that there are multiple cups in this case? I'm sorry. Okay, I got to let Jackson cross-examine because we're in capable hands here.
have we been talking about?
How many cups have we been talking
You
about?
said that cup. One from the scene. Okay.
That cup? I'm talking
I just want to make sure that we're on the clear path here.
He's
I'm
getting
clear
he's
what we're
getting-
talking about.
absolutely.
Okay.
getting annoyed.
All I said, it's
Cup that was
it's
found next to John O'Keefe's body in the snow at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022. You got the cup in mind?
yes.
Okay. That's the cup. When I say cup, that's the cup.
Okay.
Would it change your opinion if I told you that the glass pieces on the bumper don't match that cup?
What's my opinion on it? All I said was glass from a cup. That's the only opinion I have. It's glass from a cup that was on a bumper.
Are you saying a cup?
A cup. A cup. It's not glass from the car. That was my opinion on it. I never said it matched to the scene.
Now he's
Yeah.
changing.
I never said that in my thing. I said it's glass from a cup.
Okay,
Okay.
but sir, how can you even say that? How can you even say that it's from a cup? How do you know that it's not from some other glass object? Maybe a bowl or a dish or a window pane that somebody had, tossed out or something. You know what I mean? Like there are many, many objects that you can get glass pieces from in this world. So just because it's glass on the ground does not mean that it's a cup. So how do you even say that it's a cup? Like What? Am I taking crazy pills here? Like, what's going on?
It's safe to say you didn't do any testing to determine the forces necessary to shatter a taillight on a 2021 Lexus 570, correct?
I did not do testing.
Your report indicates, we've talked about this a little bit. I'm going to go back to something we talked about earlier this morning. Your report indicates that John O'Keefe came to his final resting place about 7 feet from the roadway, and that's what you based your diagram on, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that number?
I measured it from my diagram.
You should say that again.
I measured it from the diagram.
Okay, what I'm asking is how did it get on the diagram? In other words, who told you that his body was 7 feet from the roadway?
Well, wait, I was told by Lieutenant, was it Gallagher, Paul Gallagher, Canton PT. He told me this is where the body was found. Okay. So I used my devices to mark that location.
Okay, but before you used your devices, he just pointed someplace on the ground and said he was about here, correct?
That's correct.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that Lieutenant Gallagher never saw John O'Keefe in place at the scene? Did he say that?
No.
Oh.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that the first officer on the scene estimated his body at being approximately 15 to 20 feet from the roadway?
Uh-oh.
No.
If he had told you that, then it changed your diagram?
Objection.
He told me this is where he was found. I marked that location. That's all that was.
And
you didn't bother to like maybe go and ask the other people that had been at the scene to just double check, measure twice, cut once, make sure that the information that you're working off of is correct, because otherwise it's garbage in, garbage out. This is complete garbage that is on fire. Like it's just garbage.
you marked basically every other piece of item. Sorry, that's a terrible question. Every other item you marked based on a distance from where you were told John O'Keefe's body came to rest, correct?
Yes.
Again, that was by Lieutenant Gallagher just pointing at the ground and saying it was about here.
Correct.
Was there a single member of the team that was out when you were being shown where the body came to rest? Was there a single member of that team who actually said they saw John O'Keefe's body in place?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
From, what do you mean team? Canton PD?
Whoever was there. Who was there with you when you started doing your measurements, et cetera? For Fairview?
It's Lieutenant Gallagher. That's who.
Just you and him?
And myself, and I was training a trooper at the time. She was there.
You were training a trooper at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so
But don't forget, the crime scene was also there. So we can't forget that the crime scene told him things and also was there. So, that's another person, so to speak, that was there.
My mistake. I assumed that there were several people out there. Just you and Lieutenant Gallagher.
Yes, that's why I was confused by the team.
All right. And again, Lieutenant Gallagher didn't tell you that he never saw John O'Keefe's body in place.
No, I don't believe so.
Nope. Whole lot of nope.
You did document in your report that the items that you noted on your diagram that we just looked at a few minutes ago, those were found by the CERT team, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated in your report that the members of the CERT team located a single Nike sneaker that's noted on your report. Is that right? On
Correct.
Your diagram, right?
Yes.
You also indicated that, quote, in the same area, 2 red plastic pieces and 1 clear piece of plastic of a taillight was discovered.
Yes.
So your report is clear that in total, the items discovered by the CERT team on January 29th were a shoe.
Danger.
Right?
Yes.
A partial glass cup broken, correct?
Well, it was that on there. I can't remember if that's on their diagram or if that's what's I was told at the scene, but yes,
Sure.
yes,
You knew that a cup was found.
yes,
Or you were told a cup was found.
yes,
And 3 pieces of plastic, 2 red, 1 clear.
yes,
Not 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
correct.
You then measured those items, is that right?
I didn't. What do you mean measure them? Like
Measured
at
them
this?
relative to John O'Keefe's final place of rest. 10 feet from it, 12 feet from it, we're gonna go over those numbers.
Yes, I used their report to place those items onto my diagram.
So, and then I'm gonna get to that question in just a second. I wanna make sure that we walk through it sort of methodically. You then use some calculation, some tool or something to measure distances. Like there's where I assume John O'Keefe's body was. There's a final rest place. I'm going to use that as point A, and then I'm going to measure from there and go 7 feet to where the shoe was found, or the first red plastic piece was found, or whatever, right?
Yes,
Who told you where the pieces were found?
they were in Lieutenant Tully's report. He put measurements in his report.
Okay. And you noted that the shoe was 9 feet.
Yes,
You put that in your diagram.
correct,
You noted that the glass cup was 1 foot from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
correct.
1 foot is about that long, right?
Yes, it was. They basically said it was found next to him.
Right.
Yes,
A piece of red plastic 7 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
correct.
A clear plastic piece 10 feet from John O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes,
And a red plastic piece 12 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
correct.
What part of his body were you measuring from?
Good question.
Like center of mass.
So he's 6'2".
Yes.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you where his center mass was?
No, it was measured from. He just said he was here, so I try to put like where his head, where his feet, and try to measure the middle between those two.
So ultimately, because Lieutenant Gallagher was not at the scene when he was found, Lieutenant Gallagher had to sort of guess where the body was found, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no photographs of John O'Keefe in place, correct?
Correct.
There were no establishing shots, and there were no perspective shots, correct?
Correct.
There were no relative shots, meaning this is relative to that, and I can measure that and figure out distances, correct?
What, like from the picture?
Yeah, so you know how that's done in science, right? You want to find out a relative position of something, so you take 2 or 3 or 4 shots. You know that something is never going to move, like, I don't know, a flagpole. You can measure from there.
Sure.
You get cross coordinates, right?
They do this in science, also known as sorcery. But yes.
Sure.
Left and right, and where the 2 coordinates match, that's where the item is, right?
Correct.
None of that was done, right?
From the pictures,
None of that was done to do your measurements.
I use, like I said, I used the measurements from. I measured on my diagram in itself, and I measured from those points off my diagram.
Right, but the starting point was a guess, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have to sort of guess at where you thought John O'Keefe's body was?
I didn't guess where his body was.
Did you guess at his center of mass?
Objection.
Did you guess?
I did not guess.
Next question.
Then what is that based on?
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel. Well, let me ask you a different question. If I could withdraw that question with court permission.
Yes.
Your diagram has all those arrows pointing at specific locations, very, very specific, very thin arrows point, correct?
Yes.
If you start off with an incorrect assumption
Mm-hmm.
about where John O'Keefe's body was, right? Hypothetically, if you were to start off with an incorrect assumption where John O'Keefe's body was, every single item that you note on that diagram would then be off as well, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Is that true?
I mean, I guess hypothetically, depends on how off you want to be.
But the answer is yes, correct?
hypothetically.
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel on January 29th based on what you determined to be, quote, it's likely the two, and you said that it's, quote, it's likely that the two events, meaning the triggering events, occurred at the same time the Lexus was at 34 Fairview at the time of the collision, correct?
Yes.
The first triggering event is what? Was it a 3-point turn or a U-turn? I thought I heard you say both.
I guess it would be more, 3-point turns. Essentially, I guess it's a 3-point turn.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, did you say U-turn on Friday?
Yes.
I swear I heard that.
It could have been a U-turn. I mean, it's still
What?
turning around. So you had to make a
No.
U-turn when that's a 3-point
No.
turn or not, but it's still.
No, there's
But-
a difference between a U-turn and a K-turn, a 3-point turn. It's just, I'm sorry, there is a difference. And when we're talking about somebody testifying as an expert, we expect them to get the details right. You know, if this is just a lay witness and sometimes they kind of get something a little bit fuzzy, sometimes there are times in which that, that is, an acceptable answer. When it comes from an expert, we expect precision.
Not to be picky, but it's sort of my job.
Okay.
A U-turn is traveling in one direction. Turning, right? Turning the wheel, never changing gear. And so it's reverse or anything, just turn it, right? A 3-point turn requires moving forward,
Yep.
stopping, changing gears, moving backward, stopping, changing gears, using steering input, and then moving off, correct?
Correct.
Well, those are two very different maneuvers, right? You'd agree.
They are.
It's, in a sense, I was trying to say she made a U-turn. Like you can say when say they made a U-turn, it's a 3-point turn. They're still making a U-turn, and I didn't mean it as like she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around, and obviously the diagram or the trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Well, I mean, I guess you could have said reversing direction, right?
That could have been a better way to say it. Yes.
You didn't say that. You said U-turn. So
Yeah.
are you changing your testimony from Friday that it was a 3-point turn, or could it possibly have been a U-turn? Just,
It's a 3-point turn.
okay, because you have evidence of the starting, stopping, changing gears, reversing, stopping, changing gears, turning.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you said U-turn, that was inaccurate.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
I mean, it's
Let's
fine.
get
The
back
jury
to
can make
the
that
path
conclusion.
of travel when you began your analysis. How did you know what the Lexus's path of travel was that day?
I got the directions from Trooper Proctor.
And what did Trooper Proctor tell you in terms of the path of travel specifically? Starting point and an ending point, tell you the exact path Lexus traveled.
No, all I got was mostly just the addresses.
Okay, so if you've got 2 points on a map, and Trooper Proctor told you Lexus traveled from point A to point B, there are multiple ways to get from point A to point B. You'd agree with that, right?
Yes.
You picked one of those, right? The path of travel includes freeways, et cetera, right?
Yes.
But as you sit here, you don't know what her actual path of travel was, because it could have been something different, right?
It could have been something. That's why I gave a range on my diagram.
Do you have any scientific evidence to establish what her actual path of travel is, or did you just guess at the path of travel?
I got the addresses from Trooper Proctor. I put them into the thing, and and one of the possibilities of 36 miles, and that was after looking at all of them, at 36 miles is a possibility.
Right, understood. So that's what I'm trying to get to, Trooper Paul.
Okay.
That's one possibility. It was 36 miles,
Mhm.
one route of travel, right?
Correct.
There were other possibilities, right?
Yes.
So between and among the possibility that you picked and the other possibilities, you just sort of had to guess. And there's no science to it. You just said, I'm going to pick that and put it in my report, right?
No, that's not how that worked.
Okay, why don't you tell me how that works?
Her odometer mileage on the car from the download, and the time we had the vehicle shows 36 miles. So when I plugged those addresses into Google, it came up as 36 miles as a possibility.
As a possibility.
And you knew that there was another route of travel to the same location, correct?
What do you mean?
There were alternative routes of travel to the same 2 points, from and to the same points, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You could have tried to extract the location data from Ms. Reed's cell phone to determine the exact route of travel, correct?
I don't know. I don't have access to do cell phone extractions.
So that answers my next question. You did not even attempt to do that, did you?
Oh,
No.
oh, come on. That's something that he totally could have and should have done to verify with some sort of accuracy that what he's saying is correct and that he can actually say that this all happened at 34 Fairview Road. Another good source of that information would have been the infotainment system, but we don't know why it is that they couldn't analyze that. That would have been so helpful to corroborate where she went and when during these hours. This is something that was very, very useful in the Caitlin Armstrong trial, the cycling love triangle case, where she got buried in digital forensics, and that was one of the big pieces right there, was the infotainment system. But yeah, I mean, the cell phone extraction happened. Somebody mapped it out, right? We had an expert that testified about the cell phone towers pinging and all that kind of stuff. So why didn't he just talk to them and ask them about, what they were saying about the cell phones pinging and where she went and when, and then you can calculate those miles from there, because then you can tell the jury this is based off of information that is actually available, some concrete stuff that you can hang your hat on. But here he's just like, well, I went to Google Maps and I calculated how to go between these different places. So she probably went that way. Maybe, I guess. Trust me, bro. That's just not good enough.
You did attempt to analyze the key cycles for the Lexus in order to determine placement of that vehicle. You just talked about that with Mr. Lauper, right?
Yes.
I want to be clear for the jurors, because most people have probably never heard of key cycles. A key cycle does not have any location data associated with it whatsoever, does it?
Correct.
It just shows you when a vehicle is turned on, the ignition is on and off. That's one cycle, correct?
No.
Tell me what I've got wrong.
Key cycle, the car doesn't have to be turned on.
Say that again.
It goes from off to run. The engine doesn't have to be started to off.
Understood. So if it turns on, well, every single ignition is a key cycle. Every time the engine turns on, that's absolutely a key cycle. Once it's turned off again, right?
That gets recorded as an ignition cycle.
Right. So a key cycle can be an ignition cycle, but it doesn't have to be an ignition cycle. It also can be just turning the sort of accessory on, right?
The key cycles turn the accessories on.
All right. But it doesn't, my question was, and where we started with this conversation is, it does not have any location data on it whatsoever.
Correct.
All right. So when you drive your car, you walk out, get in the car, turn the ignition on, start to drive, get your location, turn it off. That's one key cycle, right?
One ignition cycle.
So if you don't
But
turn it off, it's all part of the same.
And I'm going to
cycle.
use the word key cycles because you use the word key cycles in your report. That's what we're talking about.
I'm using that because that's how the trigger was read.
That's how what?
The triggers were read on the text stream. That's how they read them. Key cycles.
By key cycles.
Yes.
I'm going to use that phrase key cycle.
Okay.
We're talking about the same thing. It's an ignition on, ignition off cycle.
Doesn't have to be on.
So you mean the engine doesn't have to be turned on?
Correct.
Right. But if you're seeing triggering events, not trying to be tricky here, seeing triggering events, your car's in motion, what does that tell you?
The engine's on.
The ignition's on or off?
The ignition is on.
Right. That's what I'm getting to. But it has no location data associated with whatsoever. It could be here, it could be in Wyoming. The car wouldn't know the difference. It's not going to report the difference to you, correct?
On the key cycle,
Correct.
on just the key cycle. The key cycle does not give out locations.
Say that again?
The key cycle does not give a location.
Right. So your analysis is trying to go from a known key cycle that you can figure out and then work backward from there to try to figure out where the car was on a particular ignition cycle or key cycle, correct?
I didn't use the key cycle to put it back.
Say that again?
I did not use the key cycle to place the car back in its location. The key cycles were, all I got from the key cycles is that they occurred close within proximity to the time we've had the vehicle, not basically saying that this was the location based off the key cycle.
Well, let's look at Exhibit 591 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Did you testify on Friday that this is a copy of the exhibit that was put in 591? This is part of your report, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is a chart that shows when, move to this arrow, that arrow indicates top and bottom where your testing occurred, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we move over to the left. That is key cycle what?
1164.
Right. So you,
Okay, yeah, hang on a second. Looking at that, 1164. So in other words, there were 2 key cycles between when he started his testing and when he says that all this happened at 34 Fairview Road. In the chaos of her driving around Canton that morning, do we really think that there were only 2 key cycles that morning? Do we really think that? I don't know about that, because she drove, so she obviously backed out of her garage there, or John's garage. She drove, well, we know that she drove several different places on her own before getting to, she went to the Waterfall Bar and Grill first, according to the extraction data. Then she went up to Jennifer McCabe's. How about in between? Okay. And then after that, she drove obviously back to John O'Keefe's house. We know that. After everything was said and done, after she went to the hospital, she was there with her dad. She went down back to, so there's at least 3 key cycles there. And then there's, okay, then she also drove up to Dighton. So at least 4, at the minimum 4. At the minimum 4 key cycles between the midnight driving events, and then like around midnight, what have you. And then when this was actually brought to Canton PD. That does not fit. Actually, it does kind of make sense for this to have been when she was freaking out and going nuts and screaming Jen, Carrie, and like losing all sense of reality.
you've testified, and we can turn the lights on. Your Honor, I don't mind if that stays up. We can turn the lights on. I don't think it hurts anything. You stated in your report that there were, quote, 2 triggers recorded on odometer 12629 and key cycle 1162, correct?
Yes.
These events were prior to the testing triggers on odometer readings 12665/12666 and at key cycle 1164. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're saying, what you're saying in that report is the triggering events were at 1162, going in reverse in order. 1162 comes before 1164. They're numerical. Is that right?
Yes.
Every single key cycle just tags another number on top of it, right? There's no formula.
Correct.
After 1 comes 2, after 2 comes 3, 4, 5, 6, and then move on, right?
Yes.
So by the time you got the vehicle, there had been 1,164 key cycles on the history of that car, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you knew, and you put in your report, or you know, that the triggering events that you see under 1164, those are yours,
Yes.
right? I mean, that's your testing.
Yes.
And you were very clear that the the triggers that you recorded that you talked to Mr. Lally about were two key cycles before that,
Yes.
meaning ignition cycles at least, right?
Yes, there were 2 key cycles.
Stated in your report, well, let me
Sorry.
finish one other point. You said that the mileage difference between these 2 triggers and the triggers that occurred while testing was 36 miles. You just said that, right?
Yes.
And the key cycle difference was exactly 2 key cycles, right?
Yes.
1164, 1163, 1162. That's the triggering events, correct?
That's correct.
You also reiterated in your report in paragraph 23, 24, 26, and 29, and also in this exhibit in your CARS report, that the triggers occurred at key cycle 1162, right?
Yes.
You were assisted in your CARS report. I think you mentioned Trooper Zach Clark. Is that right?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor assisted to a certain degree, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Larini, Carol Larini, is that right?
Yes.
Also, Sergeant Sean Good of Canton PD assisted as well, correct?
Yes, in a sense.
Did they all read the report before it was finalized?
No.
Did you have any supervisor read the report before it was finalized?
Yes.
And he agreed with the assessments in the report?
Yes.
So in summary, everybody that read the report and you who authored the report believed, and it's reflected in that report, that key cycle 1162 contained the 2 triggers that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the 3-point turn, I guess now a 3-point turn, right? Changing direction, and then
Yes.
the reverse at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you even went on and testified to that exact thing under oath in front of the state grand jury, correct?
Yes. Wait, hold on. I need the text streams?
On the key cycles.
Not in grand jury.
Okay. Testified to it on direct examination on Friday and again this morning.
Yes, correct.
If your testing occurred at key cycle 1164, that means you turned the engine on, the ignition on to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that we see up there at 1164 initiated your testing, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So that 1164 is where that's where there's no more unknowns, in other words, right? You know exactly where the car is, who's in the car, who turned the car on, and what the triggering events were and what they reflected, because you did it, correct?
Correct.
It's you.
Yes.
So that would be the cornerstone, basically, of your entire analysis of the key cycles.
Say again.
The cornerstone, in
Like-
other words, the
Where you
one
started.
known that is immovable, it's immutable, is 1164 began your testing. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that right? I'm going to allow the question.
Yeah, that's when the car was in state custody.
All right. So starting at 1164 and counting backward, before you started your testing, you know that the SUV had to be started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven to the Sally Port in Canton at 5:31 p.m. from a tow truck on January 29th, correct?
I didn't know that.
You did or did not?
Did not know that.
Okay. Assuming that the car had to be started and put on a tow truck, that would be key cycle. What?
Yep.
I don't know how. I can't speak to the fact that recorded a key cycle at that time.
What?
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that we record a key cycle at that time.
Okay. If the car was turned
So
on,
I didn't even count that because I wasn't sure if the tow truck would have just pulled it on or if they turned it on to drive it onto the back. I couldn't remember if they had done that. So yeah, that's at least 5 key cycles.
and driven onto a tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how or why it did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
That's a terrible answer. That's a terrible answer because now you're calling into question whether or not we can even rely on these key cycles to help us pinpoint when and where something happened. But you said that these key cycles are where you started with your analysis to figure out where 34 Fairview Road was.
Trooper Paul, you just said unequivocally, when a car is turned on and then turned off, there's a key cycle.
I said when the car without the ignition on, that's a key cycle.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what I mean, when it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak.
And you also agreed that if the engine is turned on, it's definitely a new key cycle because you are turning it on. You're doing more than what is required to start a new key cycle by turning the engine on, turning it above running.
To why I didn't go on, why I did not record.
Well, let's talk about the ignition cycles
Okay.
before 1164. Okay?
Okay.
Obviously, the car had to get to Canton PD because you saw it there, correct?
Correct.
Assume for purposes of my question, the car was turned on and there's a video of it turning on, driving up onto a flatbed.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yes.
So yeah.
That would be ignition cycle. I'm going to use your word, key cycle, ignition cycle, 1163, correct?
Again, ignition cycle, key cycles are two different things.
Which
What?
word do you want me to use?
If you want to talk about key cycles, key cycles. You want to talk about ignition cycles, it's ignition cycles when its vehicle gets turned on. A key cycle does not mean to be turned on.
But every single ignition cycle includes a key cycle.
Yeah.
You can't have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
Right.
correct?
Well, if we want to talk about it, just use the key cycles or ignition cycles. I'm trying to make sure this gets out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way.
I think it sounds like you're trying to do the opposite, sir. It's very clear that there's a certain umbrella term, which is key cycles. Ignition cycles fit within that umbrella. So if we're talking about an ignition, we are definitely talking about a key cycle. He's really trying hard not to answer these questions because he knows that Jackson's about to get him in the worst way. And he's trying really hard not to answer, but he's just making it worse.
Every ignition cycle includes a key cycle, correct?
In a sense,
By definition, it has to.
it doesn't have to.
What do you mean it doesn't happen?
We record multiple different ways.
You can have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
I don't know how it recorded, but it could happen.
Explain that. How could that possibly happen?
Because a key cycle is when it turns on, not engine running, and then turns off.
Okay, so work with me here.
Ignition cycle is when it turns on, engine running for 2 seconds, and then comes off.
Okay, so
Or the 2 seconds, if it's not on long enough, it might not record one.
What?
let's
He
ignore this.
never once said that. He never once said that in his like, oh my God. I can't handle it.
2 seconds.
Okay.
That's not what we're doing.
Okay.
All right. Let's assume that it's an old-fashioned type of key.
Okay.
Halfway on, the electricity is on. It's like it used to be called ACC.
Yes.
accessories, Right?
Yep.
That's a key cycle, correct?
For that intents and purposes, yes. This vehicle's not a key cycles. They're not a
Then you
thing.
keep turning,
Okay.
and that turns the engine on, right?
It turns engine on, correct.
An ignition cycle, right?
Yes. Well, then turns
Every
off.
single ignition cycle necessarily includes the precursor key cycle, correct? Even though every key cycle might not include an ignition cycle. Would you agree with that?
In that scenario, yes.
Fine. Okay, with that definition, I want to talk about ignition cycles because I don't want to get confused about accessories. Just assume the engine
Okay.
turns on, right?
Okay.
Really quick here. Nick Starrow, thank you so much for the super chat. Wait until you get to Jackson talking about applying physics to the calculations. Oh my word. Oh my word. I know we're super behind on this. We're gonna obviously fast forward through all kinds of recesses and things like that. And then we're gonna, as soon as we can, we'll put out a faster speed, but we may end up basically cutting off the stream at the end and then going like almost directly into a late start of the afternoon stream. So
If you started your testing
Also, yeah, no spoilers, please.
at 1164, then if the engine was turned on, thereby indicating initiating a key cycle, driving the car onto a flatbed truck, and then hauling it over to Canton PD, that would be key cycle 1163 in that hypothetical, correct?
It could be.
Okay. Then going backward from there, if the SUV was
I muted myself. Sorry. Sorry. Elaine. Okay, so did he just say my question? I had a question because did he just say that getting onto the tow truck was 1163? Because I just remembered how they drove it into the Sally Port. So that actually would have been 1163. Getting it onto the tow truck would have been 1162. Now that I think about it. Huh. Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me add one event that I just forgot. It had to get off the tow truck
There you
in
go.
Canton and be
Yeah.
and to be driven into the Sally Port. Did you ever see that video?
Okay.
No.
Being driven in.
No.
If there was a video showing that the car was actually driven into the Sally Port, that would necessarily be a key cycle, correct?
Possibly.
Okay, so that
What do you
would be
mean
key cycle
possibly?
1163. My
You know it's
mistake.
true.
I'm missing one, right?
Okay.
Before that, if the car was turned on and driven onto the flatbed to get to Canton, that would be key cycle 1162 in order, correct? We're going back.
So, really quick here, Buttercup 203. I'm so confused. What Jackson's doing right now is he's going to key site 1164, which is the first key site that started Trooper Paul's testing and analysis of the car. So he says, this is all my activity. Everything before that is Karen Reed's activity. So this is, how he calculated back and said, definitely 2 key cycles before my testing was when she was at 34 Fairview Road. And that's when all of this happened. And so therefore I can point to this specific key cycle and say that this is when and where she hit John O'Keefe. So he's pointing to that data there and saying, this is where it happened. And this is what my conclusion is based off of. So what Jackson is doing right now is he's going through the math of all the times that this car was driven in leading up to it arriving at Canton PD for his analysis. And going through all of the key cycles before that point, he's counting backwards to then go all the way to 34 Fairview Road so that we can see for ourselves that it's not 2 key cycles. It was like 6 or 8 key cycles or something like that. So, all right.
It's possible.
All right. Before that, if the car was started and the car was driven from One Meadows Avenue to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, that would be another key cycle, 1161, correct?
They're possible.
Before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed from the garage at John O'Keefe's house to Jennifer McCabe's house at 5:07 in the morning, that would be another key cycle, correct? 1160. Is that right?
It's possible.
And before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed to the waterfall, from the waterfall to 34 Fairview at approximately 12:15 a.m., that would be another key cycle, 1159, right?
It's possible.
I want to be clear. The reason that these numbers skip in your diagram, they don't go directly in order, right? Not every single number is in order on this left-hand column, because this is only a diagram of when triggering events occur, right?
Yes.
Something unusual about the operation of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it's clear that from the data There was no triggering event at key cycle 1159.
Ooh.
No.
So assuming the driving events that I just told you,
Damn.
right? Assuming for purposes of my question that the driving events started at 11:59, driving over to 34 Fairview from the waterfall. Then driving at 5:07 in the morning over to Jen McCabe's house, 11:60. Then driving to Dayton, her parents' house, 11:61. Then the car being seized in Dayton by Trooper Proctor, 11:62. Then the car being taken off the flatbed and driven into the Sallyport at Canton, 11:63. Your testing starts at 11:64. That would mean that at 11:62, that key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car, correct?
Ooh.
No.
Assuming my hypothetical,
Your hypothetical?
yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
On June 9th, 2022, you were asked by a grand jury whether you knew or had done any scientific testing to determine the distance a body would actually travel struck by a vehicle. Remember that?
Not that specifically. Not in that way.
Do you remember answering that you had not, I'm just paraphrasing, that you had not done you hadn't finished your report yet?
Why don't you show him? He said he didn't remember it that way.
Uh-oh.
Yeah?
Yes.
Take a look at middle of the page. Your answer starts at about line 12, but the question above it is probably informative. You have that in mind?
Yep.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked, does that remind you that you were asked by a grand jury if you could calculate how far a body would move having been struck by a vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that. Would figure out if you say if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and it's based on miles per hour, the speed of the vehicle, the striking vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by stuff?
I don't know.
You said that the calculations would be based on miles per hour and stuff. Did you ever do any stuff to test that? This is the grand jury's question.
No, we cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Say that one more time.
We cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Who's we?
I'm sorry, me. The role me.
Well, you know John O'Keefe's weight, right?
What's that?
You know John O'Keefe's weight, 217 pounds, right?
And his height.
Yes.
Did you know that?
I don't know his weight. No.
What? Why not?
You know
It's
weight
readily
of the vehicle?
available.
Yes.
What's the weight of the vehicle? Gross weight.
What's the gross weight?
Yeah.
I think it's approximately 7,300 pounds.
Were you able to calculate the mass of the vehicle?
I did not calculate the mass of the vehicle.
Well, you told the grand jury that you were planning on doing that kind of stuff to calculate how far a person would travel being struck at that speed with a car of that weight. You didn't do those calculations?
No, because the calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
You testified, again, my report isn't done yet. I'm going to look into it. I'm looking into all that stuff, end quote, correct?
Yes.
There's that word again.
Stuff.
It's been more than 2 years since that statement at the grand jury.
Uh-oh.
Is your report finished?
Yes, it is.
Did you engage in any of those calculations?
I looked into it. This type of collision I would not be able to use the formulas for this type of collision.
Let's
What?
talk about those formulas.
You can't use the weight of one object and the weight of another object in this kind of a situation to calculate where they ended up. I'm sorry, that is complete BS. Complete BS. If you've been following the channel for quite a while, you probably watched our coverage of the Gwyneth Paltrow ski crash trial. That was all about figuring out, using math, using physics, who hit whom. They were able to pretty definitively show that Gwyneth Paltrow did not run into the back of the plaintiff. It was vice versa. So like, you can do these things. Like, it doesn't have to be a car versus a car. Like, you can do it. You can do it. I believe in you, sir. It just requires a little bit more work. Holmes, what are you doing, bud? Okay. This is now the Holmes for cam. Sorry about that.
How would you calculate how far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion? How would you calculate that?
In pedestrian collisions, I use a Searle throw formula.
A what formula?
Searle.
What does that mean?
It's a type of formula that would use for a calculation of post-impact
So
or speeds for pedestrians.
that includes certain principles of physics to calculate that, right?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by certain forms of physics?
There would be physics calculations that would be required to figure out how far a body at rest would move having been struck by an object in motion. Right? That's a basic principle of
Yeah, I guess you could say though.
All right. Can you describe for the jurors exactly what calculations you would need to employ to determine how far a body at rest would travel, having been struck by an object in motion?
So in this scenario, in this collision, it's more of a side swipe. So he did not he did not get enough speed of the vehicle post impact with the vehicle to be able to calculations. His center of mass was offset from the vehicle. So we would vastly underestimate his speed. So that's why I did not do a formula. If he was more in line with behind the vehicle, he would have been projected forward, and using that projection forward, he would have been able to get more closer to the actual speed of the vehicle during that post-impact travels.
Well, that presumes a couple.
I don't understand what he just said. I'm not gonna lie. I don't understand what he said. Nextero, thanks for the super chat. Told you. You did indeed. You did indeed.
Things, Paul. That presumes that he was quote unquote sideswiped, right?
Presumed?
Presumed by you. You didn't see how he was hit, did you?
Based on the evidence, it appeared to be a side swipe.
That's your opinion.
That's just reading the evidence.
You're saying that the principles of physics as we know them today in modern mathematics is thwarted by a sideswipe?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
It's the calculations that are out there. You can get a speed, it'll just underestimate the speed.
You would have to know what the initial momentum of the object is that's in motion, correct?
Of what object?
The truck, Paul.
I would have to know that speed.
Yeah, you'd have to know what the initial momentum is, not speed, momentum. There's a difference,
Okay.
right?
No.
Would you agree with that?
No.
You wouldn't have to calculate what the initial momentum is of the object in motion to determine the distance of the body at rest would move?
Well, in that sense, are we talking about trying to find the speed of the vehicle? That's usually what we're trying to do.
Right, okay. Well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum. What's the formula for calculating initial momentum?
There's different types of momentum formulas.
Well, there's actually one type of momentum formula. It's to
Oh.
calculate momentum.
Objection.
Sustained.
To calculate momentum, there is a single.
So sustained. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, that there is a singular calculation for determining initial momentum? That is P equals M times V, where P is the momentum. You're solving for that. M is mass. You multiply that by velocity. Is that right?
Oh my
Pretty
God.
simple.
You wouldn't use that in a pedestrian collision.
Why
Oh,
not?
is the pedestrians somehow magically out of the realm of physics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is a pedestrian out of the realm of physics and calculations?
No, it's the weight differential between the pedestrian and the vehicle.
So
Th-
if the
this doesn't
vehicle
make
is too
sense.
heavy and the body is too light,
This does not make sense. I feel like every physics teacher or professor out there is probably screaming looking at this screen, right? Because I mean, look, I took AP physics in high school. I sucked at it. I hated it. But like I distinctly remember all kinds of calculations that we did, even when there was a massive like weight differential between stuff. Like you can do it. This is possible. This is not like, you know, we need Stephen Hawking to like figure out some sort of theoretical way of maybe we can, you know, estimate in some other plane of the universe, the multiverse, how we can, you know, figure this thing out because it's involving a pedestrian and a pedestrian is smaller than another vehicle. Like this is not some kind of like crazy science going on. This is pretty basic stuff. Oh my goodness. This is I can't I know we're so behind. I'm sorry. I keep pausing.
you can't calculate the initial momentum of the vehicle?
Yes,
Got it. Where'd you learn that?
it's in my math class. We don't use momentum for a vehicle to vehicle.
Math class?
The crash reconstruction classes I have taken.
Got it. Would you need to apply the theory of conservation of momentum in calculating these data?
Do I need to calculate the conservation of momentum?
Ever heard of of conservation of momentum?
Yes.
You even know what that is? There's an equation for that as well, right?
Yes.
You know what that is?
Not off the top of my head, but yes.
Based on the basic principles of physics.
Sorry, LK Raiden. That also is a very good point. Also, thank you so much for being a member for 3 months. He said before that he couldn't use the calculation because it misestimated the speed of the vehicle equals he did the calculation and didn't like the answer. That's another, yes, right. That's the real answer here. That's actually what's going on. I agree. Lena the Conqueror, thanks so much for the super chat. Well, Your Honor, we measure pedestrians by the airspeed velocity at which they pull up their pants, not their weight. I triple checked and it's true. This is what I was told in my math class anyway. Oh, man.
Based on the basic principles of physics, is the total momentum of the collision greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Total momentum before the collision, is it greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Basic question.
What type of collision?
Trooper Paul, they're exactly equal in all respects under the principles of physics, right? That's the theory of the conservation of momentum. Momentum doesn't change. It's just
Yes.
transferred from one body to another,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you say that to the jurors?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trooper Paul, if you were qualified to, quote, look into all this stuff, you would probably know these answers, wouldn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are there any other calculations that you'd need to figure out the stuff that you were talking to about with the grand jury?
Objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the final velocity of the objects after the collision? Would that be important?
What objects?
That would be John O'Keefe's body, sir. Object
I don't.
that you claim was flying through the air 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the displacement using kinematic equations? Would you be able to do that?
The displacement of the body.
In order to calculate how far the body would move based on the mass of the object striking the body, could you use displacement using kinematic equations?
So like I said before, the side swipe, he would not have gotten 100% of the vehicle, 100% of the speed of the striking vehicle. It would have vastly underestimated this vehicle. You couldn't hit a person and side swipe them and spin them off to the side and have that and get a speed from those calculations.
But in order for him to have spun from that impact, he would have to have been hit on some part that's not his center of mass. So where in his body was he hit by the taillight? He has not said that. So we can't even say that he even spun around, that he rotated. Right? I mean, because it's just basic, that's basic physics there, right? He had to have been hit on one side, you know, pushes him that way, or on this side, pushes him that way. Like where on the body was he hit? If he was hit in the head, that's a central spot down the middle. So how would he have spun out of the way unless you're saying that he was bent over somehow or something? And then if he's bent over, how do you say that he got 40 feet away from that impact? It's just...
You're saying that the discipline of physics cannot figure out how far John O'Keefe's body would move. But you personally figured out that he would have flown now somewhat, or been projected somewhat 30 feet.
Objection.
Is that right?
Sustained.
Are you saying that the principles of physics are incapable of determining with the proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision at issue?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No.
Okay, next question.
Carmen Brown,
You
thanks so
just
much for
said
the super
because
chat.
it's Sideswipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inapplicable, right?
But I'm saying it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been trained in physics formally, have you?
Yes.
You have been,
It's incorporated into the classes.
right? You had a few classes that used the word physics, but you haven't been
I feel like any kid that graduated from high school and took physics in high school is going to have the same level of expertise as him on physics. That's... Dan Luge, thank you so much for the super chat. My last brain cell is Paul's reaction to AJ's questions right now. Yeah.
formally trained in physics, have you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You haven't been formally trained in kinematics, correct?
It's in the aspects of all our crash reconstruction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated emission cycles. And you even got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. Ask the appropriate part of the question. You'll get it.
Oh,
Let me ask you this.
Oh.
Based on your reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation, exactly how was that taillight shattered? Explain it to us.
How does the taillight? What do you mean? It gets so the taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
his
Exactly
arm?
what part of his arm?
Based on what I saw for his injuries, was from the upper part of his arm down.
How did he not have any bruising on his arm then? How did he not have any bruising on his arm then? No freaking way. No freaking way. There's no way that that is the central point of impact on a collision like this that sends him 30 to 40 feet away, that just leaves him with scratches. No broken bones, no contusions. I'm sorry. One time I was running to catch an elevator when I was in like high school, and there was like, I slipped on wet tiles, fell right on my ass, and then had to go to the doctor and get it all checked out. Luckily, everything was fine. No broken bones, no broken tailbone. Ooh, that would have been a really rough summer. But I had a really bad bruise from that. If I was hit by a car that sent me flying 30 to 40 feet, you would have a massive bruise. I quote tweeted on Twitter. There was a tweet about Gordon Ramsay having been hit by a car when he was on a bicycle and how thankfully he was wearing a helmet, but he was hit like right on the side and his entire side is black from bruising from it. That's where he was hit. Like that's what that would look like. No bruising, no broken bones. You got to be kidding me.
Was his arm out? And it just struck the arm on a hinge? Was it in front of him? You did the reconstruction?
It looked,
Sure is exactly how his body was positioned when he was struck by that.
so it looks like his arm was more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
You're indicating out by his side, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the taillight would have struck his arm, right?
Yes.
Not his torso.
Yes.
Okay. So
How did
the
it
full
not hit
mass,
his arm?
full weight of that truck hit him basically at the elbow. Is that right?
No,
Missing his
no.
torso.
But I said it, yeah, from upper part of the arm
Right.
down.
The
Yeah.
elbow and the biceps.
I didn't see anything that shows an indication that this lower torso was struck, but
Okay. So his
not,
torso.
it's not saying it could not have been a possibility, but I just didn't see anything.
So his torso was spared from being hit, but the arm took the brunt, the full force of the vehicle, correct?
Like arm and shoulder, yes.
Okay.
How did his arm not get like dislocated at the shoulder? How did it, because that would have been, it seems like that wouldn't have sent him spinning. That would have sent his arm flying back. And then, you know, I don't know. That does not make any sense at all. Carmen Brown, thanks so much for the super chat. If I was pulled over by Trooper Paul, I would ask him if he has any scientific reasoning for pulling me over and if he had the rate of velocity of how fast I was going. Man, he's getting blinded by science right over here. This is just nuts. Just because, thanks so much for the super chat. Also, if his upper arm was hitting the light at that speed, his head or his arm might have come off based on the angles required, right? Like at the very least, broken, dislocated, like something like that. But there's absolutely no evidence to suggest that based on the injuries that I understand that he had. Oh man, the defense experts are going to have a field day with this.
And you said he then did a spin, like a sort of a pirouette.
He got spun around possibly the way he struck, it looked like it could have gone
No way.
turned around counterclockwise.
Okay. So if he turns around counterclockwise, is he turning around in the air counterclockwise?
Yes,
Okay.
initially.
So he gets hit on the upper biceps, shoulder area, and down to the forearm, right?
Yes.
By an unbroken taillight, right?
Yes.
In other words, it's nice and smooth. Nothing, no shards of plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm, right?
Correct.
Okay. So how did his arm get all cut up?
Because when his arm struck the taillight then cracked. And as the car is driving past him, the taillight could scratch it.
Got it. So
Also, that doesn't even fit with what the prosecution said that those abrasions on the arm are. The prosecution, I'm pretty sure, said in opening statements that all of that was road rash. So where is this coming from?
he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks. And as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that we see, those lacerations, those abrasions that we see, right?
In a sense, yes.
And at the same time, he does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started rotating.
Sorry, that just was such a balletic move. Like I feel like Jackson at a wedding probably cuts up the dance floor like a monster.
Counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotate. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Whether or not he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground, it seems like a most likely possibility.
Did you account for the fact that his arm is on a hinge?
Is what? Say again?
Did you account for the fact in this scenario that you just told the jurors that his arm is on a hinge?
On a
called
hinge.
shoulder.
Okay.
Okay, so the arm got hit. Didn't his arm just swing?
I said arm and shoulder area, so his arm could have been considered part of it.
Even if his shoulder got the upper,
Okay.
you're pointing to his upper biceps,
Mhm.
right? There's no injuries on his shoulder, not a single one.
Yeah.
Not even a bruise.
Right.
Like you said, it looked like to me it was from up here. I don't know how far I can up back here, but it was up here.
And he
So
said
you're
that
the
it
one
was
that,
up like
that talked
this.
about his injuries on his arm.
yes.
That's limited to about mid biceps, to about mid forearm, correct?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
No injuries on the shoulder, no injuries on the torso, no injuries on the ribs, no injuries on the back, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
So your theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with the vehicle long enough for the taillight to explode, basically, to shatter. Then these striations get on his arm, abrasions. Does a pirouette, a spin, counterclockwise, and flies 30 feet in the air to his point of rest.
He sounds like a superhero.
Yeah. It happened probably a little faster than that, though.
So basically, what we've got Marvel physics going on here, MCU physics, to explain how John O'Keefe landed where he did.
I thought you said he hit his head on the curb.
I said that's one of the possibilities of when you look at the roadway
Oh.
as he gets spun around kind of clockwise. It's a possibility
Oh.
that the curb is there. Any blunt force object on the ground, as the ground is pretty blunt.
Well, except in your scenario that you just told us, he flew through the air onto the light dusting of snow, grass, and dirt.
I didn't say through the air.
Say that again?
I didn't say he got thrown through the air.
Okay, I'll use your word. You got projected. Like a
Projected doesn't mean it's not incorporating just the throw. Projected just means you get pushed forward. There's two parts of that. There's the air, then there's the ground. Like I said earlier, the tumbling, the rolling, whatever
So you're saying
that
the road rash is
part of the
crash.
crash would happen. Projecting is just what we call what happens to a pedestrian post impact with a crash.
Okay, so a couple questions. If his arm, elbow took the brunt of that entire impact, how do you account for the fact that he didn't suffer a broken bone?
I don't know.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't have a fracture?
Objection.
Sustained.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't even have a bruise on the arm?
Objection.
That's sustained too.
May reproach.
Yes.
Okay. Sidebar.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you know, having investigated auto pedestrian accidents in the past, that John O'Keefe's injuries do not look anything like an automobile pedestrian accident, do they?
Yes, they do.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, you came to these opinions and conclusions because Trooper Proctor told you to come to these opinions and conclusions in furtherance of his investigation?
He's going to say no. That didn't happen.
That is not true.
That's why you have these opinions and conclusions that just don't make sense, correct?
That is not true.
And you're just trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
It does feel that way.
Sustained. All right, jurors will take the morning recess.
Okay.
All rise for the court, please.
Morning
And
recess.
I'll see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
All right. So, skipping over the morning recess, we'll still be way behind, but we'll be a little bit, just slightly less behind. And now we've got redirect.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Now, with regard to your testimony, as far as that triggering event, or the two events on 12,629B, You testified that that was consistent with the pedestrian collision, is that correct?
That's correct.
Again, if you could tell the jury, why is that consistent with the pedestrian collision?
The one specifically with the speeds and everything that we're referring to.
24.2 miles per hour in reverse for about
Right.
62 feet.
Okay, yeah. So why I think that's consistent with a pedestrian strike is because of the sudden change in the speed. It drops down by half mile per hour. The accelerator pedal is staying constant
No, it's not.
at the same percentage,
It's not,
and the
though.
steering wheel angle also turns to the right.
Now,
I mean, that's not accurate according to what the chart says, but okay. Sorry. I totally meant to go through the questions first that we've done to catch up so that those were related to the cross-examination. Let's do that really quick. And then we're going to, we'll continue with the redirect here. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, how much trouble can Trooper Paul and Lally get in for not disclosing? And I know for not disclosing, it's, the trouble that they get into is there's a remedy, which is that they can't bring it in. They're not allowed to talk about it, to analyze it. So that's actually ultimately what happened. As during his direct examination, they did not talk about the video. It didn't come in. So that was it. Brett Hopkins question. So she was traveling 24 miles an hour backwards. That's what they're saying. Sue B question. I wonder how high the plow was with regard to Karen's car. I don't know. That's also an interesting question. Cassie Jernigan, how come, I love it, all these police officers look the same? My working theory is that they are all NPCs and the developers just didn't have time to differentiate them enough from one another. Obviously, that's a joke. But yeah. Blue Tuna Tiger 1. Question, can the defense call a rebuttal witness during the phase, or do they need to wait until the defense phase? They have to wait. They will be calling all of their people. They're going to be calling all of their witnesses, to include expert witnesses, during their case in chief. So rebuttal, technically, when we're talking about rebuttal, we're referring to either the plaintiff side if it's a civil case, or the prosecution side if it's a criminal case. Here, obviously, it's prosecution. They are able to use a rebuttal to respond to the stuff that the defense put in front of the jury. So rebuttal, there will be an opportunity for the prosecution to do a rebuttal closing after, reserve some of their time for rebuttal after the defense makes their arguments so that they can respond to them. The reason for that is because the prosecution always goes first, because they have the burden of proof in a case. So they always go first. They have the advantage of going first, but with that is a disadvantage that they don't have the ability to respond to what the defense says. Defense has the advantage of being able to respond to everything that the prosecution said in their opening statement initially, opening statement, closing argument, what have you, whatever part of the trial that we're in, they were able to respond. Case in chief too, right? So if there's something that the defense said that the prosecution wants to be able to respond to, that's what the rebuttal is for. Okay. Larry Huffin question, did Trooper Paul just say she reversed into John and then continued in reverse out of there? I don't understand what he just said. Yeah, he said that basically she stayed on the road, and because there was this spin move, that's how he ended up going off to the side, and she stayed going on the road. How he got there is super, super questionable in my opinion, but that's me. Mike Olson, Legalbytes, when the judge says ask it differently, it sounds to me as she really says, good question that we want answered, but those words are objectionable. How common is it that judges will do it this way? It's fairly common in various different forms. Like they'll say, the objection is sustained as to, as to that particular wording, or that objection is sustained. It's almost like an implicit invitation. Try again, just do it a little bit differently. Different judges will have different styles. Let's see here. Juliet Satita 639. Legalbytes, why would they put such incompetence on the stand though? They had to know this guy wasn't very knowledgeable, right? Don't they prep witnesses? They are supposed to prep witnesses. Absolutely they are. At the same time, this may be the best that they could get. So, sometimes it's like you're looking for expert witnesses. If they are not going to be able to give you the opinion that you need for your case, you go with the best that you've got. And so to me, this suggests that this is the best that they got. LK Ryden question. So prosecution is suggesting that she hit him with slow speed, that he flew 40 feet. Am I understanding that correctly? They said it was up to 24.2 miles per hour, which I would agree that is a relatively slow speed. That can still do a lot of damage to a person. But yeah, how does that get him to fly 40 feet? I don't know. Linnea K, did the expert not get to testify about the impact with J.O.'s car that they voideered on Friday? So she did not let that testimony in. That is ultimately what happened, I think. Juliet Satita 639, what can the judge do to Jackson if he continues to make comments like that in front of the jury? I'm loving it. I'm just curious. I mean, that can end up resulting in some kind of sanctions, monetary sanctions, things like that. You can if you do it enough, but you really have to get there. Tori Matthews question, would it be improper to ask the witness, sir, are you implying that someone placed the evidence there? No, it's better to just let it sit. Also, that probably would be sustained for reasons that it's argumentative. Debbie Faison Cook, Legalbytes, can't a lawyer have an answer stricken as non-responsive if the witness is just rambling and not answering the question asked? They can, but if it seems like the witness is trying to and they're just not doing a good job of it, it's the judge can say like, no, like they're doing, like they're answering it. It's just not a great answer. Steph, maybe Legalbytes question is it possible for the judge to rule that an expert witness is no longer considered an expert witness because of the idiocracy or the idiocy of his answers? No, the basis of him being an expert is, it all comes from his areas of, his education, his experience, and all of like that kind of stuff. So, if he's giving really bad answers, he's just giving really bad answers as an expert. James Games Classics, Legalbytes, why is the judge allowing such evasive answers to simple yes or no questions? Because ultimately the testimony is the testimony. The judge can't really control that. I mean, beyond a certain point, really. At the end of the day, the jury's going to make their determinations about whether or not this witness is credible. And so if he's being evasive, they're probably going to pick up on that. Sue B question, the tow truck was driven on because the car was backed up and then driven. Yes. Yeah, that was correct. Contenta 1979, off subject. How's your tuxedo, Kitty? Today is my OG's tuxedo, Kitty. Gotcha day. Well, congratulations. Happy Gotcha day. That's always a wonderful day to celebrate. Holmes he's popped in and out of the screen since you sent this. He's doing great. He's been very, very chattery since we got home, which is wonderful. Sophie 1518, Legalbytes ever had to cross an expert? If so, how did it go? I have not actually. Yeah, I have not. So that would be a very, very intimidating thing to do because you are, going up against somebody who has a particular area of expertise and you kind of have to out expert them to a certain extent. Sable Marquette question, is it normal for witnesses to act like you have to pull their teeth to get a straight answer? It's not ideal, even for the witness, because it looks bad to the jury, in my opinion. Monica Vecchione question, why was Navordir done to challenge his being allowed to testify as an expert? Well, they did that analysis all in advance, is my understanding. Is so not all of that has to be done in front of the jury. Oftentimes they will do that outside the presence of the jury so that they don't have to waste their time, make them sit through all of that. And it looks like that's what was done in this case. CUB question, are all her expressions good as a defendant? She is frequently animated, turning, nodding, etc. I always thought they were to not express much. Yeah, generally speaking, it's better to not react to things. Sometimes you just can't help it. But yeah, I mean, my preference would always be to not have a client be making expressions, whether that's to the jury or to other people, or because it can just become a distraction, and jurors can pull all kinds of different conclusions about you and about what that all means, and it may or may not be accurate as to what is actually going on inside your mind. So So yeah, it's not the best thing, but will it end up hurting her case? I don't know. I mean, I think the evidence in this case is just so overwhelming at this point that I don't think it matters one way or another. Dayan Luich, how does Lally recover from this? He needs another expert. If he needs some other expert here to provide the physics, because if this is all he has, this ain't it. They like, prosecution loses, Commonwealth loses if this is their only accident reconstructionist, because this is garbage. The Lucian question: is it possible during cross to have an expert status revoked? Not that I have seen. Not that I've seen. Mike Olson, Legalbytes, the fact that you wait to start so we don't have to suffer through the same pauses is making you the nanny goat. Awesome. Thank you so much. Swirly, Legalbytes, is the case in chief nearly done? I think so. I think they're supposed to finish on next Tuesday. Is that what they said? I remembered hearing Tuesday, but then tomorrow is just voir dire. So I don't know. I don't know exactly. James Games Classics, if FBI and IA investigations conclude this case was compromised, could this open the door from a suit from Kay Reed for damages? I hope so. Potentially like malicious prosecution, things like that, depending on, what they conclude and how they conclude it. Mike Olson, I asked before, and even though it is not specific to this trial, but how much does it mean that you have money when you try to keep out of jail? Here, criminals always have free legal team. This is another thing about the American judicial system, is like, her defense here costs so much money. It costs so much money to put on this defense. Imagine if this was somebody who didn't have the same resources that Karen Reed did. And something tells me that the prosecution or the police or someone on the other side, on the government side of this, kind of assumed that she wouldn't be putting up this kind of a fight. That's the only way that you can look at all of the witnesses that we've seen before up to this point and conclude that they're somehow ready to put this case on the way that they're putting it on. This is complete garbage from the Massachusetts State Police through and through, Canton PD as well, and from Lally himself. I'm sorry. It's been JV team up and down the line this entire time. Maybe something changes everything at the very end. Like, we get to the final witness and everything somehow hinges on that witness. But I don't know. I don't see that happening at this point. I really don't. This was unequivocally terrible for the prosecution. LK Ryden, tip: if you ever have to question an expert outside of your field as librarians, this is our job. Mostly focus on method, not on data. You can't beat the data. You can destroy the method. Very good idea. Thank you. Honest Mike, question: does there need to be a chain of custody for digital evidence? The car data is an Excel spreadsheet. It would be trivial for someone to change it after the download. Possible. I mean, he did say that he did the extraction, so that was all him. So I guess we don't really need a chain of custody in this situation. But yeah, it's, if someone else could get in and I don't know. I mean, change things up, but it doesn't seem that there's any sort of an implication that anything like that could have happened here. Sarah Sweeney, question: what are the what's going on here? Am I good? Am I good? Is everything okay here with my? Just want to see. Okay. I think we are good. Okay. Okay, what are the chances that other cases investigated by these troopers will be investigated? I think the chances are pretty good, actually. LK Ryden, question: is it possible that the real conspiracy is that everyone, defense and prosecution, decided to protect the one responsible and have a fake trial, and we are all getting punked? Oh man, no, that's a big theory. That's a big theory. I don't know. Okay. All right, let's get back to this dumpster fire with redirect. Oh, and also now we can put this at 1.25 speed. Hopefully catch up a little bit. Okay. Right here.
Your overall opinion is based on what you did as far as your construction, correct?
Yes.
Other information that you had at your disposal in formulating your.
Like from other reports and stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
And that would include physical evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would include witness statements,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained as to form.
What, if anything else, would that include?
The roadway evidence, witness statements.
In witness statements, would that also include statements of the defendant?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant indicated in a statement to troopers that she conducted a three-point turn in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I'm going to allow that question.
Yes.
And what you observed in that triggering event is that from that mileage, is that consistent with the defendant's own statement?
Yes, it is.
Now, let me ask you a little bit, if you could, again, for the jury, clarify the difference between what you termed as an area of impact versus a point of impact.
Yes, an area impact is broader. It's the bigger area. Point of impact would mean something as obviously right there. That would be the area impact.
If I could ask, the cell phone that was located under Mr. O'Keefe's body, that location, is that also consistent with the linear path that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that cell phone was in his hand or in his back pocket or somewhere else?
I do not know.
As far as let me ask you this. You were shown some photographs of some taillight pieces near a fire, correct?
Yes.
As far as the area of impact, that was, from what you determined, that was Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Yeah, it was within that. What I've had for initial evidence, I said the area impact was a star in that area prior to the sneaker. Sorry, someone. So what I was saying was the area impact was prior to the area the sneaker was. It was in that path, just prior to that area.
And why did you determine that it was in that area?
Because that was the first point of evidence.
And just first point of evidence in relation to what and sort of how the evidence was configured as it was evidence.
That was pointed to me. It was the first point of evidence away from for the sports evidence at that time that knew away from the pedestrian.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 58. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I publish that to the jury.
Okay, what exhibit number is it?
58.
Thank you.
Well, he's polishing a turd here.
If you recall, do you recognize
Another
what's up on the
fiery
screen?
turd.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
There's 34 at Fairview to the left side, and this is a fire hydrant.
And as far as these photographs and the photographs shown to you by Mr. Jackson on cross-examination, do you know when those photographs were taken?
I do not know specifically at what time those were taken.
You don't know if those photographs were taken on February 3rd, 2022?
Objection.
Is the objection sustained?
Yeah. He just said he doesn't
Now,
know when it was taken.
Trooper, if you could, using the laser pointer, I know you've done this on the diagram, but if you could use the laser pointer with regard to what's on the screen as Exhibit 58, direct the jury's attention to where you believe the area of impact to be between the defendants, Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe.
It's probably somewhere out here.
Points to half of
And as
the
far as that linear path that you were talking about from the area of impact, where did that go from and where did that go to?
So from, I think it's around like this way.
Okay, Ms. Gilman, you can take that. May I approach this retreat now?
John O'Rourke, thanks for being a member for 19 months. Hulk meme, the meme game is strong in you. Thank you. I often think in memes, that's why.
Now, if you could explain to the jury as far as what you were describing as Mr. O'Keefe's post-impact movement, starting sort of with the point of impact between himself and the SUV to the point where he comes to final rest on the wall.
Yes. So he was struck along the right side in the area of his arm, and then he was in post-impact with the Lexus. He rotated counterclockwise and eventually hit the ground and came to final rest.
And the ground, based on your understanding of the weather conditions, was frozen at the time. Is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir. So as far as anything in your testimony about Mr. O'Keefe's actions, does that involve a pirouette?
No.
So there's a rotation, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as 30 feet in the air, do you have any opinion as to whether or not he flew 30 feet in the air?
I do not have any evidence that he had flown 30 feet in the air.
And so as far as from your training experience when it comes to pedestrian collisions, are you able to determine or calculate how much distance someone is in the air and how much distance someone sort of rolls or tumbles to their final resting position?
Say it again.
From your training experience,
Yes.
based on this collision, are you able to determine how far Mr. O'Keefe was traveled in the air versus how far he traveled tumbling or rolling after he hit the ground?
I do not have a calculation for this specific style of pedestrian crash due to the side swipe. So if I did, I could use the formula. It would just vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
Let me ask you a little bit about, you were talking about the Searle pedestrian throw formula, correct?
Correct.
And that's something developed in the course of physics specific to reconstruction by someone named Dr. Searle, correct?
Correct.
And that's SEARLE, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with respect to Dr. Searle's formula, why is that inapplicable in sideswipe collision versus some other type?
Because it takes in, it's looking for more, it's not so much the formula, it's how much projection efficiency that would occur, how much percentage of the speed of the striking vehicle would have happened. In order for the formula to work, the more of the body would have struck the vehicle, the more efficient the outcome would be in the speed.
In the center of mass that you were talking about, sort of in the collision sequence, what, if any, role does that play in regard to your ability to do that calculation?
It would just, like I said, it would underestimate the speed of the striking vehicle due to a center mass not within the rear of the vehicle.
And not to twist your words or anything, but as far as when you say underestimate, that would not be an accurate reflection of the defendant's vehicle speed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you asked some questions about the glass and indicated that there are a number of reasons why the glass would travel with him, being Mr. O'Keefe. Can you explain what those are?
Yeah, the glass could have struck the vehicle also in that same way. It could have still been attached to his hand and still gone with him in the same way. It could have been attached to his body in midair. That's the multiple ways that the glass would have stayed with him.
Now, in speaking of collision sequences, particularly collisions involving multiple vehicles, vehicles are affixed with bumpers, correct?
Correct.
What's the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
To help absorb the
Scope? Yeah, sustained.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe it is.
So why don't we come to sidebar?
All right, fast forward.
So I'm sorry again, if I could ask you, what is the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
It's there to help absorb energy from a collision.
And with reference to the scratches that you were asked about on the vehicle on sort of the right rear quarter panel, what, if any, relationship does bumpers or their interaction have to your opinion as it relates to that?
Sorry, say it again.
With respect to what you just testified about bumpers, you were also asked some questions about scratches on the right rear quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does the bumpers on the vehicle and sort of their intended purpose have with relation to the scratches that you observed?
So the bumpers on the side was more of this wasn't more of a direct on hit with a bumper. It was more of the side scraping of the paint of the bumper.
Now, the presence of Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass not matching, are you aware that the lab's actual findings were that the glass on the bumper and the glass on the roadway was just not found to be consistent with each other? Is that your understanding? You know.
I don't know.
And were you also aware that the lab's finding was that the glass on the bumper was consistent with the glass on the roadway?
I'm not aware what the lab said.
Now, in order to construct your diagrams,
Really
your
quick.
testimony, I believe, was that you had used
wait.
cert diagrams in process of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wingy158, thanks so much for the super chat. I feel like the CW is assuming the jury does not understand basic physics. I hope the jury sees that Trooper Paul does not understand physics either, let alone basic math. There's no way that they can't see right through that for sure.
And if I could turn back to that 12629B, the mileage from the tech stream data.
Yes.
The 3-point turn that you observed in the 24.2 mile per hour straight line for approximately 62 feet, how far apart time-wise within that particular triggering event were those two incidents?
8 minutes.
And as far as any of the other text stream data that you observed, was there any other triggering event that included the 3-point turn?
No.
Now, as far as the defendant's path of travel, is it your understanding that that was obtained from a multitude of different witnesses?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, you were asking questions about the defendant's cell phone, as far as GPS locations, were you aware that the defendant's cell phone wasn't able to be accessed until by law enforcement until 2023?
Sustained.
Yeah.
Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I was not aware.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. You can update your report. You can update your report, or you can wait to write a report until you have sufficient information on which to base your conclusions.
Now, as far as placing the vehicle during that triggering event, 12629B, did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage
And why would you look at the odometer mileage over the key cycles?
because I can physically see the odometer mileage at the vehicle at the time of my inspection.
And why would, well, let me ask you this. In your opinion, as far as that is concerned, sort of backtracking to a specific location, which is more reliable, the odometer or the key cycles?
I would say the odometer mileage.
And why is that?
Like I said, you can physically see it when you turn the car, and I know that's the odometer mileage that it's reading on the dashboard.
And every key cycle, is that necessarily recorded within the text stream data?
No,
And why not, sir?
it only records stuff that related to the triggers.
They don't what?
They only record stuff that is related to the triggers.
Okay, thank you.
As far as counsel's hypothetical with regard to the key cycles, is it your opinion that that hypothetical is accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate,
And why so?
because it also be you also add the odometer mileage onto the key cycle, so those key cycles and odometer mileage are on the same trigger, and plus the data seems consistent with everything else that's going on with this collision.
Now, fair to say that you were not outside of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that he's holding interacted with the defendant's vehicle at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
I do not.
And so based on your training and experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, again, if you could, one last time, just describe to the jury how you believe the vehicle interacted with Mr. O'Keefe and why.
Objection.
Sustained. It's asked and answered.
With reference to what you've described as far as the interaction between Mr. O'Keefe and the vehicle, why is that your opinion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Based on the evidence from the vehicle, based on the injuries to John O'Keefe, the tail light appears to be broken and it's sharp plastic pieces that could have ripped his arm, and also the dent with the scratches above it is consistent with a hand holding a glass and the glass on top smashing on the vehicle and the hand smashing the vehicle. You can see there's a line between scratches and a dent there.
Cassie Jernigan, thank you so much for the super chat. You were missed Friday. Glad you're back today. Thank you so much. It's always nice to, be missed when I'm not around. But yeah, I miss you guys too. I really did. I'm watching on my own, like on replay, on a plane, and in various other areas, trying to put together this testimony. Just was not the same as hanging out with you guys in the chat as we watch this. So I'm very happy to be back and streaming this with you guys again.
That just told me over.
Yeah, this is like I said, polishing a turd.
Very briefly,
Oh,
I just want to
recross.
clear something up about the key cycles. You're not suggesting that every key cycle in the history of the car is on this page, correct?
That's correct.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 5929.
Okay.
That indicates key cycles that have triggering events, correct?
Yes.
Triggering events are something that the manufacturer includes in basically a list of items that will be a triggering event, correct?
Yes.
It's a list of items basically for mechanics to figure out if there's some unusual driving or unusual event with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But the key cycles go in order. They're numerical, 1 through whatever.
Correct.
And the hypothetical that I gave
Disney 200. Thanks so much for the super chat. Thank God Karen has an attorney like Jackson who's able to break everything down the way he does. I'm so impressed with her team. Me too. Me too. I'm very impressed by these guys. Sorry, let me go back.
Correct.
In the hypothetical that I gave you on cross-examination, with those driving incidents, each one of those would represent a key cycle, correct?
I don't, so in your hypothetical, I mean, assume that it should create a key cycle, but that you can't just say that key cycle is from that because I didn't just use key cycles. I used the odometer mileage on top of it. So you have to have key cycle and odometer.
Right. Interestingly, though, when you testified on direct examination, you said your analysis, this was on Friday, before the weekend. By the way, over the weekend, did you watch anything on, I don't know, YouTube or any social media?
No,
Nothing.
no,
No. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Lally about these key cycles and problems?
no.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about the issues with the key cycles?
No.
Did you realize at some point between Friday and today that I was probably going to ask you some questions about key cycles?
Objection.
Did you realize that yourself?
I assumed you were going to ask me loads of information.
So on Friday, you didn't mention that your analysis was based on mileage, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
On Friday, did you mention that your analysis was predicated on mileage?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Okay. And we will fast forward through sidebar.
Clearly that your, may I inquire?
Yes.
Super Paul, on Friday, you indicated pretty clearly that your analysis was based on the key cycles, starting at 1164 when you started your testing and 1162, which was the key cycle you claimed on Friday was at 34 Fairview.
It wasn't based on it. That's how I describe it. I said key cycles. I based it on they were close within proximity to each other, but I've always said it's key cycles and odometer mileage plus all the information within the triggers themselves. So it wasn't just one of the other.
And you said on Friday that once you started your testing in 1164, it was 2 cycles earlier that had the triggering events, meaning 1162, that you claimed were at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
But in the hypothetical, if there were 4 events, 4 driving, 4 key cycle events between 1164 and 1159, it could not have occurred at 1162, correct? 34 Fairview, in my hypothetical.
In your hypothetical, if it recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question, if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Mileage from what? The odometer or from?
The odometer reading.
The odometer reading is odometer reading. It's 36.
My point is your analysis that's based on the odometer reading, 36 miles here, 12 miles there, 2 miles here, 5 miles there. If you got the route of travel wrong and the route of travel was different, your assumptions about the odometer readings would be incorrect as well, correct?
So what I'm,
You got the path of travel wrong.
so what I purposely put down a range on my Google images shown because I couldn't tell you her definitively route of path for every single way, but I know that it's possibly a possibility that she could travel 36 miles within those locations that she traveled post leaving Fairview Road.
Or if that mileage was put on at key cycle 1162, then that would mean the vehicle would already be in Massachusetts State Police custody, right? Into the proctor's custody.
Objection.
So that's beyond the scope.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Just very briefly. The range that you came up with for the defendant's path of travel, does that fit with the path of travel, the odometer reading, putting the defendant's vehicle in the area of 34 Fairview Road when it does the 3-point turn, and then 8 minutes later when it travels 24.2 miles per hour in a straight line in reverse for approximately 62 feet?
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set to do.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Woo!
Oh, thank you. All right, so jurors, we're going to take another short break to set up some things in the court.
Okay. It's going to be,
All right, so the court, please.
so this is not the lunch break. All right. That's good. That's helpful to us to get caught up here. Okay.
Yes, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Mr. Ian Whiffin to the stand.
Okay.
Ian Whiffin. Okay. Let me get that really quick. Okay. Ian Whiffin. It does not say on the witness list where this person is from or like who they are. So bear with me. I'm going to learn when you guys learn the background of this witness and what they're going to be testifying to. Okay. Just updating the pinned chat and then also going to be updating the description. But let me first get the questions here for that you guys asked about the last bit of testimony. There's just a few questions. So really quickly, bear with me for a second here. Okay. All right. Questions here. Elena, Legalbytes, is your cat named Sherlock Holmes? So he's named Holmes, but he's named actually after not Sherlock Holmes, but Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., who has a lot of really great opinions that he has come out with, or that he came out with. He was a justice like a million years ago, but he also had the best whiskers in the history of the Supreme Court. If you look up a picture of him, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. It's a Mr. Monopoly Man kind of mustache, and it's great. So, and yeah, Holmes also believes in the same kind of ideals of free speech and things like that. He's a total chatterbox, so I love it. It's a name that fits. TJM, thanks so much for the super chat. Worked in tech for years. A Google search not matching time testimony is complete bull butter. Is that a reference to a certain B movie? I've heard that only in gosh, what was the name? I have to ask my brother which B movie it was, but it wasn't the one that he actually made me watch. But anyway, bull butter. That's the only place that I've heard it. Maybe it's more common than I think. But yeah, okay, well, so fair enough. Google search not matching the time testimony. Then maybe we will see an expert witness that will testify otherwise. But so far for me anyway, that was actually very convincing. So maybe I'll get reconvinced towards the defense side. LK writes in, can you do a poll on what everyone believes about the defense conspiracy theory? I personally don't like conspiracy theories overall, but would be interesting to see where everyone else is. We can definitely do that. Folks in the chat, let me know if you'd like me to close this current poll and then put that in the chat. And then we'll go forward with that to see what people think about the conspiracy theory. We can do a few options: conspiracy theory with everyone, conspiracy theory just the police, conspiracy theory with just the Alberts and McCabe's and Trooper Proctor, or nothing at all. So we can add a few options on there. Mike Olson, Legalbytes, having this picture during this trial. I think this channel is my totally extreme favorite. Thank you so much. That is so funny. I think that must have been a moment of sheer boredom during one of the direct examinations during the prosecution's case in chief, the law goat. That is very sweet of you. Thank you for that. Okay, so yes, folks like that idea about the poll. So I will end the current poll here. We're going to end it with 1566 votes. So going into day 26, how do you lean regarding KR's murder charge? Not guilty, 86%. Need more information, 9%. Guilty, 4%. So that's 1,500 votes. All right, folks. So that's that one. So I will start the other poll as we get into this next bit of testimony, and we will we'll go in. We'll get into that. Now, let's see here. Was there something else? Oh, yes, of course. If you guys are enjoying this, we have almost 1,300 folks watching live concurrently right now. If you are enjoying this and you have not already done so, please do hit the like button. It really does help to push this out into the algorithm so more people come and watch with us, join the the Boston Tea Party trial, as I often like to call it. This has been an absolutely wild case. And the more people that watch with us, the more that we get supported by, things like AdSense, things like that. And if you are really, really enjoying this and you want to know how to best support the channel, becoming a member of Bite Club is the best way to do it, either through YouTube memberships or through support on Patreon. Either way, you become a member of Bite Club. You can join in on our weekly members only live streams where we get, I chat with the chat. We talk about all kinds of stuff. And then you also will get outside the outside of trials, because recaps are a whole different animal, but normal uploads, you get advance watch time for it before everybody else sees it. There are other stuff that you can get also as a benefit for that. So if you are enjoying it and you really want to support the channel, it really does help, because that way, the more folks that we have in Bite Club, the more I can more consistently dedicate more resources and time into things like trials, things like other videos that'll be coming up, including after this. So any of that help is always welcome. But if you're not in a place to be able to support in that kind of a way, even just liking the video is the best way to send this out. So we've got more folks joining in and joining the party, like I said. And also, Sandy, thank you so much for this reminder. We're getting so close to 250,000 subscribers. So we're at just under 246,000 now, I think. If we can get to 250 by the end of this trial, that would be amazing. So if you haven't subscribed, do consider subscribing. We're on the road to 250,000. Absolutely would love to hit that, like I said, before the end of this trial. Can we do it this week? I don't know. Maybe. That'd be so cool. Okay, guys, let's get on to the next witness now. Okay, well, sorry. Fast forward. Oops.
I need to give that instruction.
Okay, there's going to be an instruction for this witness as well.
Step right up.
Ian Whiffin is the name of the witness.
You just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And if it's at all helpful, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can put it in any direction you wish. Just try to keep your voice up. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Now, sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffin. So IANWHIFFIN.
Oh, he pronounced it
And
H,
what is it
like
that
a
you do
non-American.
for work, sir?
I'm currently the decoding product manager at Cellbrite.
And what is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is one of the world leaders in mobile forensics software.
And when you say forensic software, can you explain to the jury a little bit about sort of what is forensic software and how is it used, specifically your Cellbrite?
Yes, so forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, cell phones primarily, to extract that data and to allow examiners to parse and decode that data to make sense of it in a more user-friendly way so that a report can be created for investigators.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just a few questions going back to some of your educational and prior work experience starting sort of with your undergraduate work, what, if any, where did you go to school and what, if any, degree did you receive there?
Okay, I didn't get a degree. I'm originally from the UK, where I did qualifications in computing, a higher national certificate in computing, and then joined the police in 2004.
Also, so this is a good example of somebody who is an expert in a certain area, not necessarily because of a degree. And so, the line of questioning before on the cross-examination of the last witness, Trooper Paul, that was a problem because of the fact that his lack of education in physics, in math, in kinematics, in biomechanics would have been extremely helpful for his knowledge in this particular area of expertise. It would have been very helpful for his conclusions to have had an extensive background in that. However, if he had shown that he, just had a particular passion for this, and so he educated himself in a lot of ways, my cousin Vinny, that was a classic example of how you can have someone that doesn't necessarily have the same education that we would normally look to, can still very much be a very qualified expert. And when we're talking about something in tech, that is a particular area where we can especially see someone who has a certain area of expertise, but hasn't necessarily been formally educated on it. There's a lot of people that are tech experts that are either self-taught or they've done different certifications or done certain boot camps or things like that. So that's, that's entirely possible here. But I just wanted to point that out, that there are different ways of someone being able to gain the proper background and the proper foundation in order to be an expert.
And what department was that, sir?
That was response work. So South Yorkshire Police as a response officer.
And where did you go from there?
In 2009, I immigrated to Canada, where I was able to continue policing with the Calgary Police Service, where I spent approximately 4 or 5 years, again, working patrol before moving to the digital forensics team of Calgary Police.
And with
I know people are asking about which exact accent is this, because he said that he's from the UK. It sounds kind of Scottish to me. I wonder if it was modified by the fact that he was living in Canada for a period of time, or is he living in Canada now? I don't know. But, sometimes you can have accents get kind of like meshed because of a period of time. But I don't know. People can let me know what they think.
respect to moving to that digital forensics team, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to that area?
So once I had made it into the digital forensics, I was sent to Ottawa for 3 weeks to do a foundational computer forensics course, covering all manner of digital forensics to begin with. Throughout my 8 years with Calgary Police, I did constant courses each year to keep information updated, including a 2-week course, again, at the Canadian Police College in Ottawa, specifically about cell phone forensics. And then also during that time, additional courses for extracting data for interpreting internet artifacts or any other kind of information found on a phone or computer.
And following that, where did you go from there?
In 2020, I left Calgary Police Service and began working at Legalbytes as the senior digital intelligence expert, where I would use my knowledge of the forensic community to assist the developers with creating and maintaining a program that examiners would want to use. And finally, about 2 years ago, I moved to the decoding product manager position.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what it is, what your role is, and what is it that you do for Legalbytes?
Yep, so right now in the position that I'm in, again, I use my knowledge of the digital forensics landscape in the community. I talk with users about their daily challenges, what applications are causing them problems, what they need to get access to, what they need to understand. And I take that information, create a priority list, and then determine with our developers what we will tackle, how we will tackle it, and how it will appear to the end user.
Really quick, this is a good question. Joseph Zale, I think I pronounced that right. Thank you so much for the super chat. Why was he sworn in 2 different ways? So I think that he probably had an objection to swearing, like "so help you God." If you notice that the second way was, do you swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? But it basically removes God from it. But it's still, sometimes people have an objection to swearing for one reason or another, either because they're particularly religious or they're not religious or things like that. So there are 2 options for people, depending on what their personal, I guess, beliefs are. So that's why there was the second one that he did, because the first one I think he said that he would not swear, under God or something like that.
Now, with regard to your education in this area, what, if any, certifications do you have?
No specific certifications. I've done the Legalbytes coursework since joining Legalbytes. But other than the 3-week course in Ottawa, and then again the 2-week course in Ottawa, I don't have the SANS training or any of that kind of training certifications.
And in addition to your work with Cellbrite, what, if any, other areas of the field have you worked?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Sure. Have you given any presentations? Have you published any work in relation to this area?
Yes. So since working as an examiner, I identified that there were times that I needed to parse artifacts from applications that the main vendors didn't support. In response to that, I would do my own research. That research turned into a selection of digital forensics tools, and I created a website for myself to share that research, to share those tools with the community. And directly related to that, I have published articles related to accessing data on phones, related to SQL databases, related to various other artifacts, primarily locations.
So he's been published. That's helpful.
Over the
for
course of
background.
your work, have you had occasion to testify in other courts in relation to this specific field?
Yes, related to digital forensics, I've testified approximately 20 times, mainly in Canada, but also once in Michigan, once in Australia, once in the UK.
Now, as far as questions that come into your company with relation to interpretation of data, other sort of general forensic questions, what parts of the world do these questions come in from, and how widely used is your product?
So the product is used globally. There are a select number of countries that we don't export to, but generally, if a police service is interested in digital forensics, then they're using at least some of our tools. We operate an email address which is open to any user called Stumpers. And the idea is that users, if they come across an artifact that they can't explain, they can email to myself and some of my colleagues, and we can research that artifact, and we can try and give them an answer as to say why the artifact's there and how it should be interpreted.
You used the term in there as far as an artifact. If you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and how it's used within your specific industry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm putting at 1.25x speed, not because of the witness, but because of, well, Lally's questioning. But I am very much enjoying listening to his accent, like learning what a South Yorkshire accent sounds like and how you can pinpoint it differently from other UK accents. It's very fascinating to me.
So I would refer to an artifact as essentially any piece of data which I've recovered from the phone, which is of interest. It could be a web history visit. It could be a text message. It could be a photograph, any piece of information.
Now, sir, turning your attention to September of 2023, at some point in that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the State Police in regards to this case?
Eventually, yes. Initially, I was contacted by a member of Cellbrite.
And if you know, why was that initial, as far as the initial contact or initial request from Cellbrite, can you speak about that?
My understanding was there was an artifact found on a device, and people were looking for an explanation as to how this particular timestamp was relevant to the case.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of what were you provided and what were you asked to look at?
So the original question is just basically, how can we explain this 227 timestamp? I spoke to my colleague and requested if he could contact the investigators and any information that they could share about where this particular timestamp was found so that I could investigate it. I was advised at that time that the case had already been uploaded to our own support network. So the full extraction of the device in question was already in Cellbrite's possession. And I was able to access it from there and start to examine what the issue was that was causing the confusion.
Now, with reference to this issue, can you describe to the jury, just in general terms, sort of what this issue was?
Yeah, so the issue, as I was led to believe, is there was a timestamp for a web history artifact of 2:27 and 40 seconds AM local time, which would be UTC-5, and it didn't make sense to the investigators. And the question was, is there any other interpretation for what this timestamp could mean?
And so essentially you were asked to explain the timestamp and how it came to be, correct?
Correct.
And as far as this particular issue, has this arisen in other instances? Have you been asked the same question or similar questions in regard to this type of artifact?
Yeah, several weeks later, so probably around December time last year, I was contacted by a police investigator in Austria with a very similar question, but related to obviously a different internet search. And about a week later, the defense expert in the same case also contacted me asking the same question. The defense expert in that case was able to provide the database, and I was able to provide the answer.
Now, as far as the full extraction, is that the entirety of what you looked at in this instance, or what, if anything else, were you provided with in regard to your review and your analysis in this case?
So I did work with the full extraction, but my interest was focused on just the web history artifacts.
And what, if anything, did you find with regard to the web history artifact?
So the 22740 timestamp was correct insofar as that is the time that is shown within the database. It was indeed a deleted record, but the interesting thing was why the timestamp said 22740. And I did some testing on this and discovered the reason why 22740 was actually listed in the database, even though that's not the time, in my opinion, that the search was conducted.
And what is your opinion as to when the search was conducted?
There's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 227 40 seconds. And there's plenty of evidence later on in the day that shows that that particular search was conducted at 6:23, I believe 51 seconds, and then a similar search at 6:24 and 18 seconds, I believe.
And before we get to that, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, this is all just going to be to corroborate and bolster the testimony of the expert that testified on Friday, Jessica Hyde.
Whiffin, I'm showing you the document. Asking you to take a look at
Thank
that.
you. Yes,
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the internet history, the history.db database table showing activity from the morning of the 29th of January 2022.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
It's 14.
May I return to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, report permission to republish it in the third case.
Yes.
Or may I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
No, it's my fault.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffin, do you recognize what's up on screen now as the exhibit you have before you?
I do, yes.
And Ms. Whiffin, there should be a laser pointer on the desk next to you. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could, using that laser pointer, explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what, if anything, is significant to observe within this exhibit.
Okay, of course. So this was a table I created based on the data from the phone. The first column shows the local time of a record that was written to the history database. This is a database which is tracking all web pages which are loaded as you use them. The second column starts with the URL, so the Uniform Resource Locator, so what you would type in or how the browser knows which website you want to visit. The title is part of the website which is loaded. One of the top attributes of the website will load the title. Visit count relates to an internal counter within Safari, which just tracks how many times a particular website is visited in order to make suggestions to you down the road. And then finally, the last column shows the source of this information. So history.db is the name of the database, history_visits is the name of the table, and then the number is the unique identifier, which is assigned to that particular record in consecutive order. So every time you add a new record, that number will increase by 1.
Huh, okay.
And this is probably a couple of foundational questions that I should have asked you first, so my apologies. With respect to the cell phone extraction that you were provided, that was from a individual named Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And fair to say you don't know Jennifer McCabe, never met her, don't know anything about her?
Correct.
And as far as a extraction is concerned, if you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that is. What is an extraction?
An extraction in this case, all of the files and folders had been extracted from the device, saved on a computer in a zip file container. So essentially, in a way that is as close to the original from the device as possible.
And again, what is your title specifically with Cellbrite?
It's decoding product manager at the moment.
And so what, if any, relation does what you do have with relation to an extraction, and how that's, what sort of the relationship between what you do and a Cellbrite extraction?
So once the extraction's been extracted and we have the zip file, then Physical Analyzer is the tool that Cellbrite creates to allow examiners to look at that extracted data in a meaningful way. And my role is somewhat shaping how examiners will see that data when they open up Physical Analyzer and look at the extracted data.
And how does your role play into that? What is it that you do that what, if any, relationship does what you do have to do with how examiners will view something from the Cellbrite tool?
Again, so after being an examiner for 10 or 11 years, I've got that kind of understanding of how examiners work. Being someone who also writes my own software and does my own research, then I can kind of cross that void that usually exists between developers and examiners and help both parties try to come to a meaningful conclusion.
Ms. Gilman, if you could shrink that just a little. We'll zoom out a little. Now, again, Mr. Whiffin, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct your attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed depicted in this particular case.
Yeah, so the lower two records, which are highlighted in green, are two records which occurred at 2:27 and 42 seconds local time. So 2 seconds after the Google search had allegedly been made. And then the second record is 5 seconds after that at 2:27, 47 seconds. Both those URLs relate to a website of hockamocksports.com.
Yeah.
If you could explain to the jury, what is a contiguous identifier?
So again, every SQLite database will assign a unique contiguous identifier number. So again, the very first record created will be given a record ID of 1, the second record will be 2, and so on and so forth. Those numbers are never reused. So if I was to delete record 3, that record number will never be reused, and I can see that there's a gap and deleted data in that database.
So, okay. Really quick. Let me just make sure that folks are understanding what he's talking about here. So what he said about this history DB over here on the right, this is the database that you look to find internet searches. It seems like there are a number of different databases that you can go to on a device to find the actual searches. The reason why the expert Jessica Hyde said that the 2:27 a.m. tab that showed up on the Cellbrite extraction, the one from before, the reason why she said that one was not a search was because the source. So here we've got the source is history.db or history.db. That's the source of where that entry is coming from. That's the database that information is coming from. The source on that other chart that we saw previously during Jen McCabe's testimony, the 2:27 a.m. Hoslong to die in the cold, the source of that particular entry said that it was coming from browser state DB, which that database has nothing to do with search history or searches. What it has to do with is movement of tabs. So that one, you're never going to get any sort of information on search history from browser state.db or browser state DB, because that is only having to do with tabs, either opening a tab, closing a tab, minimizing a tab, shifting a tab around. That's what that data means. So that particular chart can't tell you what the search history actually was on her device. 2:27 a.m., the reason why it says Hoslong to die in the cold is because that value box where it said Hoslong to die in the cold on that whole entry, that one updates always to the latest search on that particular tab before it was actually closed down. So that just indicates that was the final search on there. So that's why she said that does not mean that there was a 2:27 a.m. search. So now what he's doing here, this witness, Ian Whiffin, he is saying that all of everything here on this chart, this is all coming from history.db. So in other words, this is all of her search history. So he has been able to pull the entire internet search history in her her ledger here. And so he said that this is like, you can see here, it says history.db, history visits 31459. The one before that, 31458. The one before that, 31457. So this is like how many things that she's searched every single one of those gets logged, kind of like the key sites, right? Or the key cycles, sorry, the key cycles on the car. Every time the car is turned on, it logs another key cycle, right, in the car. So here, this like the history visits is logging how many times she's searched something. And so if you delete a search, there will be a gap. There will be like, it'll have jumped from 31,458 to then 31,460. Like 31,459 is just missing in this chart. That means that there's something that's been deleted. So this is basically what he's going to be getting to. So and ultimately what this is going to show is that 2:27 a.m. was when this particular search happened, and it's Hockomock Sports. It's not Haas Long to Die in the Cold. And what he's also going to show is that, this is showing everything here during all of these hours starting around midnight. And there's nothing here that shows that that particular Google search was made until that particular. So, and the reason why he can say that with certainty is going to be because of these history visits. They're going to go through each one and show that there's no gap here. So that's probably what he's going to be getting into. This one, I spent so much time watching the direct examination and the cross-examination for Jessica Hyde, because I needed to understand. And so that's my understanding from that. All of that is going to be, I'm going to go through all of that in the recap when that gets published after today's testimony. It's just a very long video because I'm going through all of this technical information here. But if you guys want to see that with the visuals, with the Jen McCabe chart and the ledger, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about, how the source there is that browser, or not the browser, well, browser state DB, which has to do with the tabs there. So that's like, you'll be able to see. So Debbie Faison Cook, so 2:27 was when the tab was opened, not closed. So Jessica Hyde said that she thinks with a high degree of certainty, or high likelihood, I guess I should say, that it was opened at that time, but she couldn't say for sure if it was opened or moved or minimized. Even Jen may have just minimized the tab to like turn to some other app at 2:27 a.m. So something along those lines could have happened. But that ledger that we've originally seen, that we saw with Jen McCabe, that has to do with tabs, not with Google searches. This was the explanation. And to me, like, so far, it's a very convincing argument. Maybe the defense expert will come back and say it's all garbage and explain exactly how, and it'll make perfect sense. But at this point in time, I'm pretty convinced by what she said about that. So, okay. Let me go back just a little bit just to make sure that we're on the same page as what he said for this particular testimony. Okay.
Will assign a unique contiguous.
If you could explain to the jury, what is a contiguous identifier?
So again, every SQLite database will assign a unique contiguous identifier number. So again, the very first record created will be given a record ID of 1. The second record will be 2, and so on and so forth. Those numbers are never reused. So if I was to delete record 3, that record number will never be reused, and I can see that there's a gap and deleted data in that database.
You used another term in there as far as a SQLite database. If you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training.
Yeah, a SQLite database, essentially, it's a series of tables. It's a way for data to be stored, again, in a meaningful, organized fashion that can be queried, can be examined, can be filtered, searched, etc. It can be useful for anybody who wants to get data from an organized file.
Now, with reference to the searches that you observed within this particular web history, what, if any, relationship did the contiguous identifiers, sort of the range, what if anything, did that tell you?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Yeah.
What, if any, observations did you make as far as those contiguous identifiers in the range they had in relation to the web history that you observed?
Okay, so within the history.db file, there were no missing numbers from the beginning of January, essentially, until early February. That told me as an examiner that no records have been deleted during that time.
Okay, so from early January to February. That's a pretty big time span.
So if I could ask.
That one back.
Thank you. That,
I do, yes.
what do you recognize that to?
This is the browser state record, which identified a search at 2:27:40 a.m.
Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost. We have no objection.
It's 15.
Thank you.
Now return to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Permission may be published to the jury.
Yes.
Counselor, directing your attention to the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit, what any information you're able to sort of glean as a forensic examiner with relation.
Okay. So this is a searched item exhibit. It's
Earbud down. Gotta change this over.
technically a derivative of a different exhibit that we find on the device. So we found what we consider a web history record. So a web history record would just mean we have a URL that was visited and potentially a timestamp and a title. Searched items looks at all of the web history items that we've found and tries to identify were these actually searches that were conducted. So for example, if you were to do a search on Google, you'd see that the website that you're taken to is google.com query, and then it contains the query string that you've typed in. We extract that information, we extract that query and provide it to the user as a searched item. In this case, I can see that it came from the browser state.db WAL file. The search query itself was host long to dying cold, and it shows as a deleted record.
Now, with respect, I think you've used a couple of different terms within that as far as a knowledge C database. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
I don't recall saying knowledge C, but I can explain what knowledge C is in this case. Yes, the knowledge C database is at the heart of iOS. It stores lots of information about the activity on the device at any given time. Things like when the backlight's turned on, when the device is unlocked, what application is in focus at the time and how long it's in focus for. And important to this case, which website's on screen at any given time as well.
When you say when a website is in focus, can you expound upon that as far as what exactly do you mean by when you say in focus?
So in terms of iOS itself, when it's in focus, it would be the primary item that's visible on screen. So with iOS, you can have applications in the background that you aren't using, but the one that you are currently using is considered in focus, taking up the entire screen.
I believe you have used the term as far as a browser state DB, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it relates to it?
Browser state DB is just the name of the database, the name that Apple gave it. It's gone through some changes over the last few years. For example, in iOS 14, it did store the state of the tabs that were open within a browser. In iOS 15, there was a significant change, and the only time that records were written to the database is when the tab was closed. So a significant difference in that it doesn't show you what's currently open, it only shows you what's previously been closed.
Now, this search here, what, if anything, did you observe as far as this record in relation to the history DB related to the search?
This record is not mentioned at all within the history.db database.
And what, if any, missing records from this time frame did you observe either?
There were no missing records in the history.db database. Within this time frame, within the browser state database, there were 3 deleted records.
When you say deleted records as far as your self-rights tool is concerned, what exactly does deleted mean?
These are records that have been deleted, not necessarily by the user, potentially by the system, but they are considered deleted records that we're able to recover.
What are some of the ways that something might be deleted by the system, and which, are you talking about the phone or are you talking about your tool?
The phone. Like our tool is designed as a forensic tool. It's not going to edit, delete, or affect the data in any way, just present what is in the extraction. But there are multiple times on an iOS device or an Android device where cleanup essentially happens, and we start to lose data after a certain amount of time.
Now, with respect, let me just ask this one moment. With respect to Cellbrite, as far as the tools, have there been a variety of different versions of those tools as far as conducting that forensic extraction?
Yes. So Cellbrite Physical Analyzer has been available for approximately 12, 13 years in various versions.
And what, if any, differences are there between, in general terms, between, say, an old version versus a newer version?
Obviously, in the digital forensics landscape, whenever a provider creates a new feature, we have to change our code to adapt to what they've now introduced. There can be research that's been done, so we now learn new things, and we add support over time. So something can be supported in this new version of Physical Analyzer that may not have been supported or even existed in a previous version.
Now, with respect to your work in this field, what if any tools have you designed or created or something to conduct this type of work?
Aside from physical analyzer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have my own tool called Artex, which I've been working on for around 5 years, since being an examiner myself and struggling to pass any particular application that I needed. So I started to write my own tools, and that's the one that is one that I still maintain on the side in my own time, partly for my own knowledge, but partly because I think it still introduces some fantastic features which aren't available in any other tool for research purposes. So yeah, I continue to write this tool to this day.
And could you just say the name?
Artex, A-R-T-E-X.
Thank you.
Now, with regard to the situation depicted in the exhibit up on the screen, what are some of the reasons why this may occur, or why this may read as it does?
Sorry, is it deleted?
Yes.
Oh, the record itself has been deleted. As I said, the reason why it's deleted, through my testing, I've only found 2 ways that kind of record can be deleted by the user. And I don't believe either of those ways was actually utilized on this device.
And what are those 2 ways?
The user has the option to selectively delete history items. So you can delete either one at a time, or the entire day's content, or the last 2 days' content. Or you can delete all content altogether. Now, if all content had been deleted, we wouldn't have found any information on this phone at all related to web history. So I was able to discount that one quite quickly.
And I guess alluding to what you just said, why is it that you don't believe that either of those 2 methods of user deletion occurred in this context?
Objection, may we approach, please?
I'm sorry?
I said objection, may we approach, please?
Okay.
Okay. Hang on 1 second. Taking some notes down. All right. Now we're going to fast forward through the sidebar.
Did.
May I have one moment, John?
Sure.
Mr. Whiffin, moving on from that for a moment, may I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Thank you.
That document I've just handed you, Mr. Whiffin, you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that to?
It's a document that highlights both the search terms that were found in mobile safari.plist and the method of searching.
May I approach again, John?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
May I return to the witness? Of course, Mr. May publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Whiffin, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit?
I do, yes.
You did use a term in there, I believe, called a key list. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it relates to what you're about to talk about?
Yes, so a P list or a property list is Apple's way of storing serialized data. That essentially means a list of data with names and values.
And sir, if you could, again, using that later point, direct the jury's attention to explain sort of what we're looking at and what anything of significance you observe in this particular slide or table.
Yeah, so again, this is a table I created from the data within the mobile safari.plist. The term shown down the left is what the user would have typed in to the search bar. Sorry, I keep blinding somebody. The search bar in the bottom of the Safari browser window. The UTC time is the time which is actually recorded within the plist. It's recorded as a string, so just text as it's presented on the screen there. And then I converted that and subtracted 5 hours to bring it into local time around Canton.
Now, aside from this just for a moment, with regard to
I will say, looking at this exhibit, I do wish that it had a more complete showing of what searches she made, what web searches she made earlier and afterwards. So this is because, it says the com.apple.mobilesafari.plist file includes a list of recent web searches, including. So there could be other searches here. It's not an extensive list so that we can say between this hour and this hour, this is all of the searches that she made. I would much rather see something like that.
Are you familiar with what's termed as a private browsing mode?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to this?
Yeah, so private browsing mode is a setting that you can set on iOS devices, or primarily most devices, that prevents any of your browsing activity being recorded. So it won't save the searches, it won't save the navigations, it protects everything so that it can't be found later on.
And what, if any, relation did that have to what your analysis of the extraction of this?
If these searches had been conducted while in private browsing mode, these searches would not exist within this file.
So is it your opinion that they were not conducted in any kind of private browsing mode?
Correct.
Now, you also familiar with the term as far as failure to load?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury and how that applies to this?
Yes, so obviously whenever you try to visit a web page, there's a stream of information coming from the web to the device, which then renders onto the screen. At the completion of the load event, there's a function effectively which runs, and that records the visit to the history database. If for some reason the page doesn't load and it shows up with an unable to load message, so for example you don't have an internet connection at all, that unable to load will be recorded. If, however, the device stalls and it just sits kind of waiting to load, nothing gets written to the history database. And if you were to close the browsing window prior to the page completing its load event, nothing will be written to history.
Or would that be written to somewhere else within the phone as far as any other storage areas?
Technically, the only place I found would be the browser state.
Now, with regard to the plist files, does the plist file save all sort of history items or no?
Primarily, it's used to save preferences. So you'd have a lot of information in there if it's using light mode or dark mode, or when you want tabs to auto clear, that kind of information. But it also records several days' history of searches. The actual number of days searches, I actually don't know.
And what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to the search bar that's located on the bottom of this table?
In order for the search item to be saved to the mobile Safari plist, you need to actually type into this particular search bar. If you were to just visit google.com and start typing into the Google search bar, it will not be recorded within the mobile Safari.plist.
And so what, if anything, were you able to determine about those two searches with regards to what you observed here?
So in these particular two searches were conducted 623.51 and 624.18 respectively. They were searched using the search bar that's built into Safari. The fact that they didn't exist within HistoryDB and that there were no deleted records from history.db leads me to believe that they never successfully loaded.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
That new document that I just handed you, do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This was the additional, or the items from the history.db, I believe.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll also seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
All right. Fast forward through the sidebar.
May I return to the witness?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffin, if you could just repeat exactly what that is in the next exhibit.
Yeah, sorry, it's a comparison between the search terms found in the plist, so the mobile Safari plist, and the search terms found within the history.db database.
So the items contained within this table are items that were contained within the extraction that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could display that to the jury.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just to describe to the jury what we're looking at in this table and what, if anything, is significant between sort of the two sources of information.
Okay, so the first list, the plist term, shows the term within the mobile Safari.p list, excluding the two that we've already mentioned, which are of note. And the first timestamp column shows the timestamp according to that p list. The history item shows the search term as recorded in the history database. And then we have the timestamp as per the history database. So the purpose of this document was to show that we have a search for raining men and a history item related to the Google search for raining men, and they show within a second of each other. Again, the next one down, Antoinette Ock and basketball, and the associated Google search. And again, the timestamps are within a second. This list was non-exhaustive. There was hundreds of examples within the history.db, but limited examples within the mobile Safari p list. And as I mentioned, the two searches of interest, the how long to die in the Kikti and how long to die in the cold, didn't exist within the history DB at all.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, sir, if I could ask you just a little bit now about the browser state DB. Again, can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it, if at all, it plays a role in your analysis?
Yep. So initially, pre and including iOS 14, the browser state database would show all tabs that you currently had opened. So as soon as I go into my browser and open a new tab, a record is created. It includes information such as the time that I opened the tab or the time I last viewed the tab, the current URL, which is being displayed within that tab. It shows information whether it's in private browsing mode or not. So in that kind of case, in iOS 14 and below, we're able to see current private browsing records and subsequently recover deleted ones. But in iOS 15, things changed. The record was no longer written as soon as the tab was opened. It was only opened when the tab was closed. Sorry, the record was only created when the tab was closed. That meant that our ability to recover that kind of history was significantly lower. It means that it no longer makes use of the private browsing field because now private browsing records simply are never written to that database. So now we can only really see a list of all of the tabs that have been closed, not which are currently open.
Now, with regard to the browser state DB, is there something referred to as a last view timestamp?
There is, yes. That's one of the fields within the database.
And can you explain specifically with relation to that field, sort of what kind of information is kept there and what it means?
Yeah, so from my research based on this, that timestamp relates to the time that the tab took focus. So that's either when the user creates the brand new tab, when they switch between tabs and bring a tab back into focus, when they close a tab, which automatically brings one of the background tabs into focus, or if Safari has been completely closed and reopened, that essentially acts like almost a new tab, and the timestamp gets updated at that point.
Can you explain how an earlier timestamp could be associated from, say, tab is open, something is done, tab is closed, tab is reopened, something else is done, how that earlier timestamp could then be associated data-wise with the subsequent search?
I think I followed that. Okay, so if, for example, at 12 p.m., I create a new tab, I can do a search for whatever I want. And at that point, if I close the tab, then the record that gets created will show that I opened a tab at 12 p.m. and I did a search. Excuse me. However, if I open the same tab at 12 p.m., do a search, close it, like completely close down Safari and reopen Safari, that would also update the same timestamp to show that I'd opened it up again. What I meant to say at that point is that if I create a 12 o'clock tab, minimize Safari. I can leave it for several hours, for several days, for several weeks. The time difference is not really important. When I come back to it and open up Safari again from a background state, the timestamp is not updated. So it will still show 12 p.m. today, and it will show whatever my most recent navigational event is. So I can search for something in 3 weeks' time using the same tab I opened today, and the timestamp will show today's time.
All right. This is consistent with what Jessica Hyde testified about in her direct examination. That she said that so the browser state DB is this temporary space where your tab movements and all that stuff is getting recorded. It goes to that temporary space until some sort of an event happens to officially put that into its permanent space. So what he was just talking about is that when you open a tab and you do some kind of searches or you do like whatever in that tab and you just minimize the Safari app and you put it into the background, it's still there. You haven't closed it out entirely, but you just minimize it. it's still running in the background. So it's still all of that stuff that you did in that tab is still in that temporary space. It has not yet been put into a permanent database. So it's in browser state DB. So that's where all of this comes from, of the 2:27 a.m. Entry having a later search getting applied to the value. It's because it's in that temporary state still. It hasn't been put into its official space yet because the app hasn't yet been closed. I hope that makes sense. I go through it in a much more methodical kind of way in the recap. LK Raiden, yeah, but if it's actual searches, Google search history will show both searches. It would show the first search at 2 and the second search at 6. So what they're saying is she did not do the Google search at 2:27 a.m. The Hoslong to die in the cold, it did it at 6. She did it at 6:23 and 6:24. The only reason why Hoslong to die in the cold is showing up on that ledger at 2:27 a.m. is because that browser state DB entry, which is that the tab kind of entry, that label gets updated as someone continues in the same tab, continues searching, for new stuff. It's the latest search is what gets applied to the value box in that. I know it's kind of like it's a little bit of a complex sort of explanation, but to me it makes sense from what they explained before.
I think this is a good place to take our break.
Okay.
Mr. Whiffin, we're going to, of course, ask you to stay with us, okay? As the jurors file up, you can file up behind us.
Thank you. Court, all rise for the jury.
How long? How long will the lunch break be?
And could I see counsel regarding timing, please?
Okay. All right. So this is live now. So let's get the questions. And then we'll get to what was I going to say? And then we'll get to lunch, shall we? There we go. Even though Indy's not here, we'll keep the Indy cam up just in case. Okay. LK Raiden, just because this is like related to exactly what we're talking about right now. Question. Okay, so they are looking at tab history, not search history. That first entry where it said 2:27 a.m. source was browser state DB, and then it says Hoslong to die in the cold. That entry is coming from the database that has to do with tab searches. So that one is not talking about search history. It's talking about the tab movements. So, but when he was talking about other databases like the plist and what's the other one? What was it called? History.db. So plist and history.db, those have to do with searches. So when you see an entry in the Celebrate report where the source says history.db or plist, that is a timestamp that has to do with a search, not something like a tab movement. It's a little complex, but like I said, to me, it makes sense. Okay. All right. Let's get some questions here, and then we're going to take a really quick break for the lunch, and then we'll get right into the afternoon session. Buttercup 203 question. So anyone ever convicted based on cell data evidence should be retried? Not necessarily. If someone made that same mistake that the prosecution is saying that the defense is making here as to what that specific timestamp means, then that could be a case that should have to be looked at again. Draco Amy, but when did the Hoslong come into it? What was the hit at 2:27? She didn't search until 6:30. Like I said, that value box gets updated after that tab movement. It gets updated based on the latest search until Safari is closed down, and then all of that gets taken off of browser state DB, and it all gets put into the proper database. Okay, so Apple wrong, Celebrate is right. That's not what they're saying here. What they're saying is that, Apple has had some updates that have changed some of the functionality of some of these things. Like that was something that he was saying. It kind of complicates some things a little bit, but Frontline 221, is it bad that they have that they have an expert witness just to discount a conspiracy from the defense, should they not be proving Karen is guilty, not that someone else didn't do it. This is the thing, is that this is the strongest point that the prosecution has so far, but this is not part of the claims that they need to prove. You know, like for them, I guess it benefits the prosecution to the extent that, you know, Jen, if the reason why she was searching at 6:23 a.m. and 6:24 a.m. was because Karen Reed, you know, asked her to Google hypothermia, and they tried to say that that's because Karen knew that she was guilty. She had a guilty conscience about leaving him out in the snow. I don't buy that for the prosecution. Like, to me, this is still very much like not enough for what the prosecution needs to prove this case. Like, the prosecution getting a 100% score on this part of the testimony is like a small little pebble in this entire beach that they need to fill. So it does not move this case towards convicting the defendant, in my opinion. Cut Smith, Legalbytes, if he's essentially saying we can't trust the timestamps, then what is reliable about any of this data? It feels like we'll trust us on everything but the stuff that makes us look bad. No, it's not whether or not these are trustworthy. It's how do we interpret the data? What is the proper way to interpret these ledgers? That's where the difference is coming in between the defense and the prosecution on this. Oh no, they're already back from lunch. Okay. Hang on, I'm going to pause this and then we'll get back to it. I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break as soon as I finish answering these questions. Baz 80s. I'm way behind, so maybe asked and answered, but couldn't the 3-point turn and the reverse be from when the car was put onto the tow truck? That would add up, wouldn't it? Sorry if it's like question. Yeah, I think there's definitely room for that to be where that happened as well. Desiree Bula, Legalbytes, not sure if you caught it, but it looks like one of the tab/search history inputs was Jen's own name just a couple days after the incident. Wonder if it could be brought up. I mean, she probably just was wanting to Google to see if people are bad-mouthing her, possibly. I don't know. Or maybe she's just narcissistic. There could be a number of reasons for it. Sue B, isn't ME more important? Yes, the medical examiner, the accident reconstructionist, like those are way, way more important to the prosecution's case than all of this. They're spending so much time on the Google search. And, you know, like I said, this is the best part of the prosecution's case, but it's not even in their case in chief. LK Ryden, just instinctually, since this is part of my field, information science, I suspect that defense experts will be able to trash this entire argument, making it more complicated than it has to be. We'll see. Yannetti on cross-examination for Jessica Hyde tried to introduce some doubt. I think he was unsuccessful. I think she very confidently was like, that's not where the information comes from. You know, like I don't know. She gave some, her responses to me were sufficient. So, okay. And also one more here, or maybe a couple here, actually. Son of a gun. Question, databases aside, it's so suspicious searching that hospital along within hours of someone dying on the lawn. Thoughts? Hospital long. That one I did not actually see. And also, just above that, I missed one. Spunky Nuggets. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I am beyond confused, but doesn't this witness differ from Ms. Hyde as far as why the 6 a.m. searches weren't recorded in the history database? That part I don't know. I mean, he compared the P list versus history.db. In Miss Hyde's testimony, she didn't have history.db. She had P list and she had, what was the other one? It was another one, but it wasn't history.db. That she found those searches in a couple other search databases. So yeah, I don't know. I can't really answer your question on that. Okay, let me see here. Going on down. Sable Marquette. Question: is the Emmy listed on prosecution list of witnesses? Yes, they have to be. Absolutely, they are. Drayak. So, but the fact that they're listed on the list doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be called. They're just reserved. They've reserved the right to call them. Dreaxo, Legalbytes. So she opened the tab at 227, did the search at 6 before switching apps, went back to the tab and did another search within a few seconds. I mean, it doesn't even necessarily need to be before switching apps. She just had Safari still running, either in the foreground or the background, at the time that she handed over her phone for the Celebrate. That's what Jessica Hyde said. So what she did was she had multiple searches, just one right after another. And, her testimony is it was cold. I have MS. So, I was mistyping and I had, Karen like yelling into my ear about this whole thing. And, maybe that's true. It felt very rehearsed, I will say, but maybe what she's saying is actually accurate on that. Andy, the game maker, thanks for the super chat, big brother. Good riddance. Eating for two is no longer around. Now my food budget can rest. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. He's happy that I'm no longer eating food at his house. Now that I'm not in California. Gunnar Dennis, thanks for the super chat. Celebrite is an Israeli company. Maybe. I don't know about that. One way or another. LK Ryden didn't mean at cross, meant experts in their case in chief. Information science experts could pick this apart in seconds. Sure, it could be. I mean, and maybe it gets rebutted in the defense case in chief. Yeah. We will see. Yeah, LK Ryden, it's about arguing what they are not showing. Agreed. If there's evidence of, the search at 2:27 a.m. elsewhere and they can find it in the proper database and explain it well, then yeah, I agree that is then something that we can hang our hat on. But if they try to say like, well, can we positively rule out that this search, didn't happen at 2:27 a.m. And then the response from the expert is, I looked at all of the data and I have not found anything that suggests that, anything that supports that. That's a good answer, in my opinion. Okay. All right. So that's all the questions that we've got for this. This live stream is going to redirect directly into the afternoon live stream. We're gonna get started a little late. Sorry about that, but we're gonna take about a 10-minute break and then get going right into the next one. Maybe it'll be a good thing to start a little bit late anyway, because of the putting Lally at 1.25x. But anyway, thank you so much to everybody for joining me in this, for liking the video, for subscribing to the channel. We're on our way to 250,000 subscribers. We're almost there. It's amazing. And also thank you to everybody who has bought memberships for themselves, for other people, folks that are buying super chats left and right. You guys, I appreciate all of that so much. And of course, thank you as always to the mods for all of their hard work and helping to maintain that the chat is a friendly place to really dig into these subjects. Also, El Borit, thank you for the reminder. The poll, I never did the poll. I never did it right after I started right after I ended the other one. I totally was going to. Okay, the framing conspiracy theory, we're going to do that in the afternoon session. I promise I will do that poll after we get enough votes for the overall how people are thinking. So I promise you guys, we will do it on the next stream. Join us for the afternoon to find out how much the chat is thinking about the conspiracy theory. Okay, guys. All right. With that, that's all I got. I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes or so. See you soon.